Care Center helps customers who call into the city to get answers they need in a timely fashion. Our Care Center has helped more than 10,000 customers last month alone. Next to the call center, you will find the self-service kiosk for code enforcement and building divisions. Using the QR code or by visiting our website, you can schedule your appointments with ease. Have you checked out our website? From employment opportunities to building codes, you can find just about anything using the search bar. Finally, you can download the North Report app and submit non-emergency issues to City Hall in less than a minute. The app has helped correct more than 12,000 issues across the city. No matter the method you choose, the city is here for you. And together, we will build a stronger community. Have you heard of the North Report app? North Report is a tool used to report non-emergency issues to City Hall. The app is built to be easy for anyone to use on the go. When you see an issue, it takes less than a minute to report the issue on the app. First, pull up the app and click Report Issue. Then, click Camera and take a picture of the issue or get the image from your photo gallery. After that, the app uses geolocation to pinpoint your exact location. Then, you choose the type of issue from the list provided. You'll finish up by including a brief description of the issue, such as where it is, what it looks like, and any other important information that will help city staff correct the issue. Then when you're done, you hit Submit, and you're ready to go. It is that simple. North Report, a simple and valuable way for you to build a stronger community.
Let's kick it. Alright, stop, collaborate and listen. Parks is back with an old invention. Whenever your pet goes number 2, it's your job to scoop the poo. Will it ever stop? Yo, I don't think so. Poop shouldn't be left to decompose. To the extreme, bag it up like a champ. Throw it away, use your part, get amped. Damn! Rush your baggie to the trash. Keep the water clean, do your part in a flash. Deadly! One bacteria goes steadily. Anything less than scooping is a felony. Love it or leave it, you better gang way. You better hit the bullseye, the dogs don't play. This can be a problem, but yo, we'll solve it. Check out the hook while my DJ revolves it. Don't forget to scoop. Don't forget to scoop. Yo man, let's get out of here. Word to your pupper. Don't forget to scoop. Don't forget to scoop. Don't forget to scoop.
Why do we flood? During significant rain events, Northport nearly always floods in certain areas of the city. This is thanks to the locally named Myakkahatchee Creek, also known as the Big Slough Watershed. The 195 square mile drainage area flows through DeSoto, Manatee, and Sarasota counties, then through our city to exit at Charlotte Harbor. As the city of Northport is located at the low end of the Big Slough watershed drainage system, the city's current flooding and water quality conditions are attributed not only to the city's growth, but also to upstream runoff in the DeSoto, Manatee, and Sarasota County portions of the Big Slough. During significant rain events, ponding can also occur. Ponding occurs in low-lying areas that are characterized by poorly drained or supersaturated soils. With back-to-back rainfall events, the ground is totally saturated, which increases the runoff during a storm. The city works hard to maintain its stormwater conveyance system, which is comprised of roadside swales draining into 79 miles of named waterways and 132 miles of retention ditches that interconnect with each other and with the Myakkahatchee Creek. There are 6.
Good morning, everybody. Today is Tuesday, May 9th, 2023. It is 10 a.m. We are in the city chambers, and I call this City Commission regular meeting to order. Commissioners present are Commissioner McDowell, Commissioner Stokes, myself, Mayor Langdon, Vice Mayor White, and Commissioner Emmerich. There is a quorum for this meeting. Also present are City Manager Fletcher, City Attorney Slayton, City Clerk Faust, Recording Secretary Powell, Deputy Chief Morales, and Deputy Fire Chief Herlihy. Commissioner Stokes, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda. We have a motion on the floor to approve the agenda. The motion maker was Commissioner Stokes, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Please vote. And that motion passes 5-0. City Clerk, do we have any online public comment?
Yes, we do. Joanna Polkowski. I oppose to 3P development plan for mineral spring water. I do not wish to have buildings in place where there's supposed to be parks, walking trails, and animal sanctuaries. The city should not give out its rights to this beautiful place to a private developer. Once it's gone, it's gone. You cannot change this, dear commissioners. Look into your hearts and take the right decision, please, for us and the future generations. David Iannotti. I am today to express my general disappointment in the way the City of Northport government has been conducting itself recently. Elected officials are known as representatives because their primary duty is to represent the citizens, not insider business interests. The city manager's behavior interfering with a commission-approved application for outstanding spring status is just the latest example of the cancer of corporate no-towing at the expense of the citizens' quality of life. The commission should be embarrassed at the obvious bias it has shown putting everything aside for a developer. The commission has put aside a publicly vetted master plan, put aside the clearly stated intent of War Mineral Springs property in the Land Development Code, put aside zoning, put aside the comprehensive plan, and worse, put aside the people they are elected to represent. The trust of the people has been broken. Defending the city manager's actions will only further this ugly path the commission has chosen. Ella Mandis. Dear Commissioners, I am very against P3 project. Before you vote, think about your children and their access to green zones in the future. Please preserve this space. Heavy development around the lake will destroy the natural environment. The community does not want this. Please go with master plan from 2019. Jill Luke. After listening to a recent commission meeting, I would encourage the commission to put into place the recommendation of the Parks and Rec to prohibit smoking in our city parks. When this topic was brought before us in the not too far past, only 2 voted for it, Vice Mayor and I, but it appears there are enough commissioners now in agreement to this recommendation that it could pass. I trust someone will bring it forward in a meeting soon. Thank you. James Strouser. Thank you for listening to public comment. It is imperative the commission listen to the people of the area and what they are requesting. Once again, the agenda items appearing to change specific verbiages to allow greater development in the area. Regarding the War Mineral Springs agenda items, it shows the city will bend over backwards to any developer's request while not listening to the citizens' request. Upon my research of the new ordinance that is being proposed, it does not match what the citizens are saying publicly and privately. Everything that is taken out of the policy was all approved and agreed upon by the citizens back in 2015. How can we be changing these items without the public input survey information? Removing items such as a pedestrian trail, nearby transit stops, and safe pedestrian crossing and accessible to all age groups is unacceptable. I demand all of the policy items to be reviewed publicly by the citizens and put forth in a new survey that is not so biased towards development. The survey should be more on the factual matters the city is trying to change and rezone the area for. These items have not been reviewed by the public to the extent needed for a fair and compliant vote by the commission cannot be concluded. Thank you for your time and patience regarding this matter. Please take the time to listen to the requests of many citizens in the area. Lyubov Levotov, me, my family, and neighbors opposing the heavy construction which will totally destroy unique War Mineral Springs which is bringing money to Northport. There are many other spaces for construction in our city. Please listen to voices of people who are paying taxes to make our area better, but not worse. We voted for you. You are our representative, and we expect your voice to become our voice. Thank you. And that's all for online comment.
Thank you. Do we have any in-house for this?
We do. We have Michelle Posey, followed by Robin San Vicente and Jeffrey Scott.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Posey. I'm a resident here in Northport. I was shocked to witness a prior city commissioners meeting in which controlling the tone of speech was discussed. Tone of speech is subjective to one's opinion and therefore cannot be policed in these chambers or anywhere in this beautiful country, courtesy of that thing, the First Amendment. You know, once upon a time, I knew a school board chairwoman who thought she could control the public speech at the podium, speech made by tax-paying voters. She no longer sits in her chair. That's how strongly us in South County feel about our First Amendment right. It's uniquely tied to the way we cast our vote. In regards to Ordinance 2023-18, amending the future land use of War Mineral Springs and amending the density, intensity, and percentage of land use, do not alter the ordinance that took effect in 2015. We do not need growth at all cost. As a matter of fact, seeing this on the agenda feels a bit like a slap in the face to Northport residents. It's harmful enough that the public records show that the potential for our beautiful War Mineral Springs to become an outstanding spring was allegedly placed on hold by City Manager Jerome Fletcher without the community or this commission's approval. Imagine that, a city manager who is not elected by we the people annexed the potential for Northport to attain a special status that could have allowed for state grants to contribute to the benefit of our War Mineral Springs. Our commission even adopted a resolution to that effect. In my opinion, this is such a gross misuse of power, and it apparently is not an isolated incident. I will be addressing these issues further in the next public comment section, but I'm asking the commissioners to take substantive action on the violations that have taken place by our city manager, and I'm asking for a third-party independent investigation into these claims. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners, City Manager, the Attorney, Robin San Vicente for the record. I'm going to sway from more Mineral Springs because those comments are going to come later. But the first issue that I've got with really is a concern, and that is the security issues within our public facilities. There's none. I could walk in here with an AR and you're done. That's scary to me with what's going on in our society today, with everybody walking around angry and frustrated at the economy, you name it, mental health conditions, it's all over. Every single day there's mass murders. And when I walk into this facility, yeah, you have police officers. That's not enough if you're confronted with an AR. They can just walk in your lobby and they're done. Everybody on that side, the DMV and the property records, they're done. So that concerns me. I would wish that you really implore you to look into that, upgrading your security, walking into this facility, because it's scary. The other one matter that I've got is all these vacancies on these advisory boards. It begs us to wonder who these people are. We see the applications attached to, you know, when they're putting in to be part of these advisory boards, but we don't really have full disclosure on who these citizens are, what their affiliations are with groups, organizations, you name it. So is there conflicts of interest? Who are we actually placing on these advisory boards? We would like to have a little bit more transparency other than just the regular applications, which says nothing, basically, on who they are and where they come from and possible conflicts of interest. So that would be my comments for now. See y'all later.
Thank you, ma'am. City Manager, I'm wondering if a member of staff might get with that resident and inform her of some of our future security plans.
Well, we are in the process of doing multiple things, Madam Mayor. I'm not
Yeah.
sure if we would tell that to the citizens before we implement them, the strategy of what we're doing. But we are in the process of
Okay, well,
handling the
thank
situation
you
that
for
she
that.
outlined.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners, City Manager Jeffrey Scott. I often hear from disenchanted residents that repeatedly say to me that our scripted Northport City Commission has sold our city out to the highest bidder. And there are no real choices being offered in our local elections. Both of these statements are true. The hypocrisy of what I have just stated has gone on far too long. What is really troubling to many of us in the know is we have been able to anticipate city admin's next move better than our city commissioners. Why? Because every tax-paying resident of the city has a vested interest in its future. To date, the wanton manipulation of the people's business by special interests and the like has had unforeseen consequences for our city's landscape. In these days of intense scrutiny, focus on local government, no one should be surprised when citizens refuse to support the misuses of their tax dollars or the misuse of government power for private ends, as this city's administration will refuse to condone either one or the other. In addition, unchecked government control and power at the local level can and has appeared almost everywhere simply because no area of our city is immune from being taken over by outside interest or government overreach. Whatever happened to a balanced approach in conducting the people's business instead of the current model, we the people, us versus them? Thank you.
John Mizell, followed by Victor Dobrin.
Good morning, Commissioners. John Meisel, West Villages Improvement District resident. There's a common theme that I'm hearing this morning, and that's about influence. Where is that influence coming from? To whose benefit? I came here to talk about that influence and my firsthand knowledge of it. In 2019, City of Northport entered into an agreement with West Villages developers and the district, for which the district was controlled by 4 or 5 landowner representatives, the developer. That agreement took the ERCs, or in other words, impact fees for wastewater treatment and water treatment, and passed those benefits and proceeds onto Thomas Ranch Intangibles, a solely owned subsidiary of the developer, in perpetuity. Do the math. 2 million gallons per day divided by 170 gallons per day usage per ERC comes out to roughly $13,000. Multiply that by, and we'll average 165 gallons per day between wastewater and water. Multiply that by the $4,574 impact fee today, it comes out to $54 million. So why is that $54 million benefiting only the developer when the district put up half the money? Why is it that when the developer is paid back in full with a profit, profit's not a dirty word, there's a cost of money, but why are those extra ERCs not being distributed? It's called influence. And is that influence happening other places, such as Warm Mineral Springs? I'll be the first to admit, I'm not one that ever goes to Warm Mineral Springs. I never will go to Mineral Springs. I've been to one, it's not for me. But it also should be a benefit for the residents that want to use it, but not at the expense of everybody else. Keep it as is. Listen to the residents that live here. Listen to the voices of the people that elected you. And lastly, Commissioner McDowell, I commend you for bringing this to the forefront for discussion. It's kind of like pot calling a kettle black. When you eavesdropped on the phone call of West Villagers for Responsible Government, and you said you did not want to jeopardize what we were going to discuss, or let us know that you were there. That was wrong, but I applaud you for bringing this forward to the public and for everyone else to understand what's going on. Again, not taking a position on Warm Springs, but ask yourself, where's this influence coming from? And is it benefiting the residents? I also implore you to look at that agreement, the Master Water Utility Agreement between the city, the district, and West Village entities, and see, was that fair? Was that fair to the residents who you represent? Thank you.
Good morning, Victor Dobrin, Gran Paradiso. It's the second time when I speak in front of this commission about warm mineral springs. Last year, I got to know the beautiful city of Northport, which probably none of you have walked the streets as much as I did. I got to know the people of Northport who care. I've been in the mayor's neighborhood. I have been in Commissioner Emrich's neighborhood. I'm in your neighborhood, Commissioner McDowell, and Commissioner White. I remember supporting you on the Control Growth Now. That county-wide organization which tries to do the right thing for our part of Florida. Symbiotic growth, not at the price of everything. Warm mineral springs is a very fragile landscape. And when I was asked last year why I don't support overdevelopment in Northport, I said, I cannot, in my conscience, support something which will destroy it. We'll destroy it because we don't need and that's what I replied to an elector. I don't want to see Disneyland floundering everything around. And you are doing exactly that. I haven't seen a geologic study showing that that land sustains such an intensive development. Go back to your roots, your conscience if you have one. You're elected to make decisions on behalf of the people, not on behalf of other interests. What I heard and learned when I was a kid, that my country, my land, it's not mine, it's not yours, but it's of the future generation. You don't have the facts, you don't have the right to continue to do that. Intensive development, which is in front of you today, it's not meant to be by the comprehensive plan. It's not going to be sustainable. In neighborhoods I have been walking last year, a 10 minutes rain got them under the water. Have you prepared the city infrastructure for such densities? No. Have you looked into geologic study for warm mineral springs, which I did? Have you done it? Is it your conscience clear? No. And the city administration to go through the back door of the legislature, it was a shame. I cannot call that more than that. It's sad. Go back to your conscience. And you know, there are election cycles. You will be responsible to the people. Again, it's not the right direction you are taking this city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Dykes. Me and my husband, we are the residents of Northport, and I'm actually commenting on the 3P program. We do not want the 3P program. We just want to have a mineral like the same like it is with the park around. We do not want any hotel or the condominiums. So this is our point of view, and we are paying the taxes here, and I think we have something to say about it, what we want to have in our city. So my phone number is 248-941-6943, and my address is 1382 Eastman Circle, Northport, Florida. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. Moving on to announcements, item number 23-0438. City Clerk, would you read the announcements, please?
The current vacancies for the following boards and committees include Art Advisory Board, Audit Committee, Charter Review Advisory Board, Citizens Tax Oversight Committee, Community Economic Development Advisory Board, Environmental Advisory Board, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Planning and Zoning Advisory Board, Veterans Park Advisory Committee, and Zoning Board of Appeals. There are no upcoming expirations. Sarasota County Advisory Council vacancies, 1 resident of Northport to serve on the Bicycle Pedestrian Trail Advisory Committee, 1 resident of Northport to serve on the Citizens Oversight Committee for School Facility Planning, 1 resident of Northport to serve on the Parks Advisory and Recreation Council. If anyone would like more information, please see the city clerk's office. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. Moving on to the consent agenda. City Manager, have any items been pulled for discussion?
No, Madam Mayor.
City Clerk, do we have any public comment on the consent agenda?
Robin San Vicente? Your item was under the consent agenda, so we hear them all in the beginning of the consent agenda if it wasn't pulled.
Okay. I don't even know where to begin as far as the situation with the city manager and Commissioner McDowell. I don't even know where to begin, except that it's so disappointing. It's just outright ridiculous the way that Commissioner
Excuse me,
McDowell.
I don't mean to cut you off. You have 4H on here? For
Oh,
the
do I?
consent. Yeah, for
Because I got
consent,
so many things down. I'm sorry.
and that's for the
Oh, okay,
application.
4H, okay, I'm
Okay.
sorry. This is on the approval of the applications to the Protecting Florida Together grant. My question is, in researching all of the grants that were submitted to the Senate, one was the wastewater expansion grant for $1.4 million. That was back in 2019. That was withdrawn. We'd like to know why that was withdrawn, because everybody seems to be claiming we don't have money, but there was a grant for 1.4, and where'd that go? Who withdrew it? The other grant was for $500K, and that was for the improvements of the cyclorama. Where's that? I mean, I can go on and on. There's about 3 other grants that were just disappeared over the last few years. It's like, what happened to all those grants? Why were they withdrawn? Who withdrew them? And of course, since they withdrew, they now died in committee, so now they have to be refiled. Are they ever going to be refiled? The outstanding spring issue, yeah, that's a major one. We understand that with that particular bill passing and the incorporation of Warm Mineral Springs and Little Salt Springs, that brings with it additional upgrades that the city would have to do in order.
Excuse me for one moment, ma'am, I apologize. I've lost my clock, City Clerk. What's our,
It just wasn't showing on there. It's still going.
but I
Okay,
can't
so am I
see it.
getting my time back?
Yes. So
All
you're
right,
going to have to monitor the time for me. I can't see it.
All right, so with the Florida, outstanding Florida Springs, so again, that was withdrawn. What the heck? I mean, you have to upgrade your systems anyway, your infrastructure, in order to protect these sensitive properties and parcels that we have in the Myakkahatchee Creek, which is right there. I don't think anybody wants to deal with the Myakkahatchee Creek and then the Army Corps of Engineers and what they're coming in through. But again, it adds additional protections for the parcels that we have that are sensitively, archaeologically significant, historically. Why are we even looking at these properties? They should be protected. We can't afford to keep giving our open spaces, and they're open spaces, not conservation lands, which should be the proper designation. So again, that was my comments. What happened to all these grants that were applied for and automatically just were withdrawn? I would like the commission to look into that, if they could, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. I'm requesting a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mayor.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I'll make the motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor to approve the items in the consent agenda as presented.
I didn't have my mic on, sorry.
Oh, okay. The the motion maker was Commissioner McDowell, seconded by Commissioner Stokes. Let's vote, please.
Mary, you may have to do voice vote. My iPad's having an issue right now.
Oh, boy. Commissioner McDowell?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm a yes.
Yes.
Vice Mayor, Commissioner
Yes.
Emmerich? Yes, it is 5-0, that motion passes. On to presentations, item number 23-0766. City Manager, I believe this is your item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This item is a presentation reviewing citywide impacts from Hurricane Ian, including responses and recovery status. We do know that we gave a presentation of an update fairly early on after the hurricane, but this more comprehensive report is being given by our emergency manager, Mr. Mike Ryan, and he'll cover some of the operational impacts, fiscal impacts, and how the city is recovering from the storm. I'll turn it over to Mr. Ryan. He does have a presentation to go through.
Thank you, City Manager.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. I'm named Michael Ryan, Emergency Manager for the City of Northport, and the purpose for this meeting as City Manager, as stated, is just kind of give you an update of where we stand approximately 7 months after Ian. This has been a historic storm. Just wanted to give you kind of a status of the various departments of where we are, some of the impacts that they went through, some of the responses to those impacts, their status in terms of a lot of the projects that were undertaken and some of the plans they might have for the future. Taking into consideration, it's only been 7 months. Although it sounds like a lot of time in disaster world, that's not. It's pretty recent. It's pretty quick. So provided you with a slide deck of about 37 different slides. I will not go through each one of them line by line, but just kind of give you a brief overview of where we stand, some of the major departments of the bigger departments, some of the impacts that they suffered because of Ian and their responses to them. Understanding that the recovery process is one that's also flexible. Although we would like to recover very, very quickly, there are some things that we cannot do. We have to follow processes, we have to follow procedures, and we have to do it within the realm so that we're allowed to move forward, simply because there are a lot of things we need to take into consideration, financial being one of those largest issues, which is on the last slide, and that kind of gets to my last point. But what I will do is go through some of the highlights of the various departments that we have so far, and just kind of give you an idea of where we stand. Basically, I asked each department 4 questions. What operational impacts did you receive from the storm? What were your responses to those impacts? What is their current status, and do you have any plans for the future? Every department is going to be different. Some had construction issues, some had demolitions of buildings, some had processes interrupted. So there's a variety of different impacts that each department went through. So going through these, you'll see some had a few interruptions, a few significant impacts. Others had a lot of impacts, and it ranges from one end of the spectrum to the other. So again, I'll just highlight some of these that you'll see in the PowerPoint presentation that's compiled for you. Again, the overview of this is very straightforward. You'll see the impacts for neighborhood development services is permit activity, inspection activity, 25 additional inspections per inspector each day. Again, these are things that they had to accomplish in addition to the normal workload. This doesn't mean that their normal responsibilities were put off. This is the items, the activities that they needed to do in addition to those. Some of the things they did, they waived some permits, secure third parties, proposed code enforcement efforts for debris removal. Again, these are things to kind of expedite the processes as they move forward to make it more efficient. Current status for these, again, you'll see full-time inspectors hiring some of those related to debris is not yet being cleared, resuming code enforcement activities. Looking ahead is third-party provider contracts for inspections, use post-hurricane procedures. Again, these are the kinds of summaries that I got from each of the departments. And as we go through these, you'll see these and you go into these more detail as you go through your leisure. If you have any further details or request any additional details, please get in touch with me. I'll be glad to provide those for you. As we move forward, we'll just go through some of the highlights for the various departments. You'll see the impacts, buildings, sustained damage, employees were impacted, which is, again, one of the major challenges. It wasn't just processes, construction, building, et cetera. A lot of these, our employees were impacted as well. So again, that's one of the things that they needed to address, one of the things they needed to work through. responding to hurricane damage, assisting personnel for some of the items that they needed to take care of, busy working with FEMA, going through the processes, busy working with insurance companies to go through to do the damage assessments, et cetera, to make sure that we are able to claim all the things that we are eligible for as part of our processes. And staff will be looking for on-site to go throughout, again, looking forward to what we can do to better improve our processes in the future, personnel actions, process actions, activities, et cetera. City's managers also had some impacts. Again, a lot of these were kind of internal, gather and compile reimbursement claims, which is a lot of work. It takes a lot of effort to go through some of these things. And so that's one of the things that we're currently working with our grant personnel to get back some of the reimbursements that we are becoming eligible for and that we want to kind of plan ahead for as we go through this to make sure we're going in the proper process as well to make sure we remain eligible for them. Looking ahead, how do we improve that process? One of the things that we're seeing now is what steps can we kind of do up front to speed it up on the back end, which is very, very critical, especially when it comes back to reimbursements of the financial to the city, which was a substantial impact for us overall. Public Works, you've seen numerous items that we were impacted there, traffic signals, street signs, water control structures. Again, these are a lot of the physical things you see around the city that our Public Works Department is going out and to address. Again, a lot of the buildings that they work in were heavily damaged, so now they're relocated. So there's a lot of things that they are doing in terms of working internally and working externally to help us get back on track to where we need to be. And temporary facilities have been used to house them while they're doing this, simply because they need a place to work from, because theirs was destroyed from the storms. Right now, some of the progress they made, all the traffic signals have been repaired, in the process of getting construction managers to address permanent repairs. These are the things that are going to last into the future that are going to take time in order for us to do. So it's one of those things where some of these projects will be short-term, some are going to be long-term. These are the way we need to approach some of the damages that received from the storm. Then vulnerability assessments we'll be doing again. Where can we make improvements? What can we do we can't eliminate the impacts, how do we reduce our vulnerability to them? Utilities, same process. Buildings were destroyed, damages to a lot of equipment, a lot of buildings, booster stations, lift stations, a lot of the infrastructure that we had was damaged. And so they're working to repair those on a regular, consistent basis. Booster stations throughout the city and wastewater plants were damaged as a result of the storm. So these are all the things that they need to get back on very, very quickly in order to keep us going, to keep us moving forward. And a lot of times they had no facilities to work out of, so they had to relocate again, still being able to carry out with their normal everyday duties. Again, response to these, field crews working out of their vehicles in some instances, work out of backpacks at various facilities. Again, these are some of the accommodations and modifications they had to make in order to do some of the things that they are currently doing now. Right now, they're all set up in temporary buildings. Lift stations are in various states of repair, and working with FEMA to conduct the damage assessments to get the rest of the utilities back online as we can. Looking at, again, enhancing our capabilities for the future, protecting our equipment, protecting our infrastructure, to make sure that we're in a better position should another storm with the magnitude of Ian come along, which we hope does not. Police department, very similar, damage, equipment, facilities. You see a lot of the common themes here. Ian was a very substantial event in more ways than one. So this is one of the things that they're working to address, working to make sure that we're taken care of. Fencing, roofs, again, are in the process of being repaired as we move forward. But again, these things take time. But we're moving forward, we're making progress. It's just sometimes a little slower than we would like. Current status, some of the equipment has been repaired, some of it is in the process of being replaced. Of course, with this, looking forward, some of the plans may not have been finalized at this point, but we're always looking for ways to improve. But that doesn't, there's a variety of different ways to do this, so we have to weigh each option. One may look good at the beginning, but we might have to look at other options down the road to make sure we're doing this in a prudent and effective manner in the future. Fire rescue, again, the impacts to them, a lot of times was immediate, and we've lost our 911 capabilities, lost our ability to respond. We had 800 calls backed up for service. Police had a similar situation with 400 backed up calls that they needed to address at that time. A lot of the challenges were getting from point A to point B. We also had damage to the fire stations. So they're working out of damaged facilities. So again, all these are different challenges. They were able to continue their response efforts and able to continue to move forward. But again, sustaining the damage and able to provide the service at the same time was a challenge for them. Operations still able to do functions. We were able to conduct approximately 1,300 evacuations while being impacted at the same time. So again, they were able to work through and respond to some of those impacts and still perform the activities that were necessary for the community. All stations remain operational and looking at how we can improve, again, our first response. How do we get better service to the community? How do we get access to them quicker where we can? These are all things that are looking at towards the future and how we improve our process along that line. Parks and Recs was a significant, had significant impacts to a lot of their facilities, if not majority of all of them. These are just a sample. Warm Mill Springs, Scout House, Aquatic Center, GMC. All these sustained some level of damage. And with that, that infected programs. So they had to make accommodations, had to readjust some of their programs in order to make things more functional to continue on with the programs. So again, here you'll see just a listing of some of the equipment moving forward, getting some of this repaired, getting some of this replaced where they can. Field damages, restrooms, batting cages. Again, a lot of these facilities that the community uses were rendered inaccessible because of the storm. Now we relocated, redesigned programs, combined programs, moved programs. Again, a lot of these things were moved in accommodation to keep them functional, but doing them from a different location. Still in the process now of repairing and replacing where necessary and working through the process to make this all functional. You'll see a lot of these inverted processes, turning streams at 90% complete, limiting spaces for the programs, scoreboards, again, needed to be replaced, but these are just some of the things that they were dealing with from their departments. Looking ahead, permanent space for equipment, roofs, tree planting, purchases. Again, communications process was things that we really wanted to make sure that we were able to continue on throughout the event. And one of the things that we discovered is how are the different ways to communicate, because that was one of our biggest issues for all the departments, that we needed to be able to communicate in a manner that was effective and able to address all the things that came up in a timely manner. IT was a big player with this. These are some of the impacts that they had. Our communications throughout the city were disrupted, loss of power here at City Hall, phone service providers went down, generator unit was not functional. Again, these are all challenges that were occurring in the midst of an event. And this wasn't an ideal situation where you just stand still and say, well, we'll just wait for everything to come back on and then we'll be good to go. It was a matter that we have to go and have to come up with a way to work around these, which was very, very challenging. But they did very, very good. And they came up with a lot of different solutions to get us up and running, to maintain some of the essential services that we depend on, and maintain some of the services that we provided to the community in a manner that was effective. Impacts of various buildings damages related to technology. Some facilities were totally lost. I know for the EOC, for a while here, we had to relocate out of the facility simply because we lost our services here, our power here, our communications here. And so we had to relocate for a time until we were able to get some of our systems back on time or back online. But that doesn't mean that we're able to, again, take a break. So we need to continue to move forward in order to, again, provide services where necessary for the community. Cellular service provided, Starlink satellites. We started using satellite systems to maintain our communications because one of our main lines was down. Worked with Sarasota County to, again, kind of serve as a backup to get communications out to the public, make sure that we were able to continue to communicate with them, even though it was limited. We still were able to get out some of the message that we needed to do so, working with the county in order to address that, and also to take care of some of the emergency calls as well. So we were able to work in conjunction with them. Again, another workaround, we were able to work with them in order to accomplish that. And of course, cellular providers worked with the private vendors to kind of address some of the issues that we're seeing with those items. Again, redeploying personnel, and we shared personnel. If you were around the city at that time, you saw a lot of different agencies, a lot of different organizations here in the city. Some you may have never heard of before. This was a joint effort, but we needed to coordinate that, needed to communicate with all of them in terms of what it is they needed to do. You needed to collaborate, in terms of a lot of the things that we move forward on. We were able to do that through our mutual aid. We were able to improve that process. We were able to put that into a place. Now we're continuing to move forward and improve that. So we understand what the resources are going to be needed for next time. So now we have a good idea, and we can plan ahead of time. We can order them faster. We can order them earlier. We can get them here quicker, get them here sooner. So those are the things that we're kind of working towards. That process, making sure we have the communications capabilities, which IT plays a large role for that. Looking at different communications methodologies, having a backup to our backup. Simply because we need to have redundant systems in order to be able to communicate effectively in various different situations to get the message out. And working on currently, if you work down to the DOC, we're working on an improved layout as we speak to improve our operation in there, to make us more efficient, to make us more effective in terms of the way we're able to address the various challenges that will come up, to make our room more functional, in order to give us the better capacity, in order to get the right people in the right places at the right time to get the activities coordinated and undertaken as we need to. Change our organizational structure somewhat to make it more efficient in terms of how we use our personnel, and understand that not all personnel are going to be available all the time. How do we work around that? It's not one of those things where you just pause and take a break. We need to find a way to work around that. So right now, we're working with IT in DOC to make that more functional, to have us to have that better capacity in order to address a lot of these items that we're looking at. And deploying better equipment, looking to programs, disaster recovery strategies. How do we get back online quicker? How do we make our equipment safer? GIS, same deal in terms of working with them, working with the staff, making sure we have enough staff, sharing staff. Again, we were able to come up with that capability, working with the county, working with some other agencies and entities to kind of give our people a break when they needed to, simply because we cannot run 24/7 for an extended period of time. So how we identify those resources and still keep the activities and services going. This includes personnel. And a lot of our personnel are also dealing with personal issues. So we have to take that into consideration as well. So a lot of these things were just kind of staff related, and how we better utilize our personnel, give them a break to take care of some of their personal needs and still maintain the services and capacity we need to respond to the community. We, again, shared resources with the county. Fairness presence, how we deal with that, how we deal when people are not available. You know, what are the things, what do we do when that kind of comes up? How we address that and keep functional. Looking ahead, training, again, for our PD, for our mobile GIS applications. We're looking at adding more apps to our phone, give us, again, better reach, out of the box thinking. How do we move forward to help ourselves become in a better situation should another Ian strike us anytime soon, which we hope it does not. Now, the whole goal behind this is that you can see from a financial component, this is a very hard hit. But this is one of the reasons why it is very important for us to, when we do recovery, that we do it in a very deliberate fashion. As you can see, total cost at the bottom, looking at estimated, this is just estimated, be about 70 million at this point. Now, potential recovery, 65. If we do everything right, if everything is perfect, if FEMA approves everything, best case scenario, which is pretty good. So that's why we're taking the steps. That's why recovery takes so long. In order to do this, there are certain things you have to do in order to become eligible, in order to remain eligible. That's why we do what we do. That's why sometimes it takes a little longer than we would like. Trust me, we would like to have our buildings right back up. We would like to have a lot of these things replaced and repaired and put back. But we need to follow the process, simply because we also have fiduciary responsibility to do this in a responsible manner. So again, hopefully, best case scenario, we get a substantial return upon the cost that we've already expended out into the community, and recover a lot of that cost where we can. So it takes a while. Departments are doing well. They're getting back online. They're getting processes in. They're looking ahead towards the future to reduce this type of impact again where we can. Where we can't, we're putting ourselves in a better position to respond and be more effective. That's all I have.
Thank you for that, Mr. Ryan. Yeah, that was a lot. So I'm opening up the floor to Commissioner questions. Vice Mayor, you're on.
Thank you. That was quite extensive. You must have practiced that quite a few times to get that all in 15 minutes.
I just winged it. No.
I had a question about the ROC, the State Financial Risk Program. Is that for the city or is that for residents?
That's a new state program. Basically, for the recovery process, as a locality, we work through the state, and the state works through FEMA, FEMA works through the state. It's the
Okay.
process that we use. What we're trying to do is streamline it so we can get in a better position so that when we become eligible, we do it quicker. And if we become eligible more quicker and have the paperwork in line that the state wants to see,
Right.
it impacts the
Okay, so
FEMA. We get back money quicker, which is
Municipal reimbursements,
Yes.
not residents
Yes.
themselves. Okay, great. Had a question about the Scout House. So the roof is, somebody just asked me about that the other day. It's still not being used.
no.
Okay. So that roof is still damaged there. Okay. And then I had a question about shutting off water at the meter. That's what you brought out at when you had that public forum for that people do that, because I know that was a big concern I had with people in my neighborhood that had those backflows and people ran over them with their airboats or whatever.
And, right.
And the water just came out. So you could shut the water off at the meter.
Yes.
Is that always able to be done?
I'd have to.
Or only
Nancy?
only in cases of emergency? I'm just curious about that.
Nancy Gallinaro, Utilities Director, and yes, they can ask for their water meter to be shut off. In fact, this year we recommended to the HOAs and to other folks and put on our website to request that, and that way while they're away for the season, if there's a storm, then they won't have to worry about them blowing and leaking and getting broken and things like that, the backflow preventers, or just the hose on their house or something like that. So,
right.
from what I understand, a few people took advantage of it, but we'll continue to remind people that it's an option.
Okay, that's great, because usually when people were shutting off water, they were shutting off the entire service, correct? Or there's a difference between at the meter
They
and
shutting
shut
off the water off at the meter, so nothing beyond the meter. If anything breaks, there won't be any water being wasted or coming out. So they're not responsible for anything on the other side of the meters.
Oh, okay.
That's ours.
Okay, that's great. All right, thank you.
You're quite welcome.
And I just had a question about the drones. So they're used all the time during the emergency?
Yeah, the drones have been very, very helpful to kind of give us a really good big picture of where we need to focus some of our attention. They're very good at getting a large area surveyed so that when we deploy resources, we deploy them to the most damaged or those in the most need. And that way it gives us a good, really quick picture. That way when we do that, we do it effectively and efficiently to get people where they need to be, get the resources where they need in a timely manner. So using that capability has been a great asset for us.
Okay, I was really interested in that because where I lived, we had 20 inches in the street, and nobody could get to where some of those places were set up. We heard there was a food truck like at Price in Salford, but we couldn't get there unless you walked a mile and a half, whatever. But even you had to wade through water, and also at San Pedro, which was great. Again, people couldn't get there because we couldn't even get past our little area. So if that's being used to monitor that, say, hey, we need to move those services, maybe move that food truck closer down so people could actually get to it. So that's what I'm hoping.
And that's one of the things that we can communicate. And if we start seeing in areas that are becoming accessible, we can get that message out to the community as well and kind of monitor that. That way, if something changes, we catch it.
Yes.
And then we make that communications. And like you said, if there are isolated areas, we need to know where they are. So we can focus our attention on those. And when areas start to come opening up, because people want to get back home.
Yes.
And we need to be able to provide them with that information as well. So it's been a great asset. Yes, ma'am.
Vice Mayor, do you
Thank you.
need a
Nope.
second round?
Nope, that's
You're all
good.
set?
I'm good.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, I just want to touch back on the utilities, piggyback off of what Vice Mayor was talking about. Utilities at the meter, the citizens can't turn that off. That's something the utilities department has to come out and do.
Right. Nancy Gallinaro, Utilities Director, for the record. Yes, that is something we do. So they can call us and we'll go out and we'll shut it off. And then they can call whenever they're ready before they come home or at any time. And there is a fee, a small fee to reconnect. It's a callback fee. So, when they want it to be disconnected, we'll go ahead and do that for them. And it's not something they can do, but it protects them. We had a lot of very high water bills because people's lines broke. So this would protect them from that.
So if the citizen property owner calls and says, hey, can you shut it off at my meter for an emergency? I'm not talking about the snowbirds that leave for the season. I'm talking about in an emergency, shut it off at my meter. I don't want to take a chance that something's going to break. It depends then how long it's going to take for the department to be able to come back and turn it back on.
Yes, it would, but it's not a difficult task for us to go out and do that. It would happen pretty quickly. So if they were staying in their house, of course, that would be a choice to not have running water in their house. So would probably not happen too frequently, but we would be able to protect them for that. So
it's kind of a roll of the dice.
Correct.
Thank you for that. At this point, I just want to thank again emergency management, every single department and all of the employees. I've said it before regarding this hurricane. This was unprecedented. It's something none of us have ever been through. Irma was not even child's play compared to what we went through. And everybody is to be commended for their efforts and their coordination. The citizens that I talked to, it's been 7 months. And a lot of them, I think, have now gotten short time memory that they're kind of forgetting that, yeah, it's been 7 months, but we have a lot to still rebuild. But to them, we're back in business. Everything is back to normal, except for the things that you can visually see that are still needing to be repaired. And that is the reminder. And of course, each citizen that is still rebuilding their own homes, that is their constant reminder. So thank you again to our staff, our departments, and every single agency that came out here to help us. It's just amazing. And you have to give a plug for what's happening Saturday, because this would be like the most opportune time, because we're still recovering,
Yes.
but June 1st is less than 30 days away.
Yes, hurricanes do not pay attention to calendars. They don't pay attention to predictions. They don't do anything. So this Saturday, May 13th, at the George Mullen Activity Center from 9 to 1, we're doing our annual Hurricane Expo. We'll have a lot of great information, have some excellent speakers, some excellent presentations. Some great organizations are joining us for that. So get ready for another season. Hopefully be very, very quiet. That'd be nice.
I hope you have a lot of people at your expo. Thank you, Mayor. I'm finished.
Yeah, Mr. Ryan, I'm still seeing streets without street signs, and I get calls on those. I suspect those are the street signs that were lost. So I'm curious, who prints street signs? I'm assuming we're waiting. Could you shed some light on that, please?
I have an answer for you. It's coming down the wire.
Good morning, Chuck Speak, Public Works Director. Yes, we contract that out. We buy those signs. So I think currently we have about 700 ordered, with another order of I think 400 or 500 putting together now. You'll start to see those go up on the boulevards first, on the side streets, and then we'll start working back through the neighborhoods. But those are the signs that were damaged when they went down and couldn't be put back up.
Or lost.
Or lost completely in somebody's garage or wherever they may be.
Any ETA on those?
It's going to take some time to get those up because this impacted the entire state.
Right.
Those companies that we get those signs from are, of course, backed up as well.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. And thank you, Mr. Ryan, for that presentation. I'm not seeing any other lights on. So I'll just echo Commissioner McDowell. Thank you and all the members of the staff for doing such a phenomenal job in recovering from that hurricane. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Do we have any public comment on this? Okay, moving on to item number 23-0767, presentation of Awakened Church Outreach Center. City Manager, this is your item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do have a presentation from the Awakened Church regarding their activities for 2022. And on behalf of the organization, former City Fire Chief, Mr. Bill Taft, is here to give the presentation.
It's been 5.5 years since I've been at this podium.
Welcome back.
Mayor, commissioners, city manager, city attorney, city clerk, thank you for allowing us to be here For the record, Bill Taff of Awaken Church Outreach Center to present our annual report. And I have with me today our founder and lead pastor, Brian Zadravi, and also our outreach minister and director, Pastor Larry Grant. You can wave, guys. Awaken Church operates an outreach center in coordination through a lease with the City of Northport at the Senior Center at 4940 Pan American Boulevard. Some of the Outreach Center programs in 2022. Of course, most of you are very familiar with our food pantry service. And let me explain just a little bit about that. We opened up in 2021 in a very rushed capacity as 2 food pantries that served Northport closed during the pandemic. And Awaken Church saw that need and decided we needed to do something about it. In cooperation with the city, there was some vacant space at the Senior Center. We were able to lease it and later on additional space within the Senior Center. And we operate the pantry for the city and South County on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 9 to 1 p.m., on Wednesdays from 3 to 7. And then if you've ever wanted to see something, come in on Friday from 8:30 to noontime when we operate our drive-through food pantry. It's an amazing thing. Some of the other programs we do is a Day for Hope for back-to-school outreach in coordination with Sarasota County and other organizations. We receive names of children in need. And what an amazing thing that is. These children come in and are first given a meal, whether it be breakfast or lunch, and their families. When they arrive that day at a scheduled time, they get haircuts, school physicals, eye exams, hearing exams, just an amazing outreach. And then they finally go through an area where they receive backpacks, a hygiene, and full of school supplies, a hygiene bag full of supplies, gift certificates, gift cards to go get clothing and shoes for the school year. And then their family go out the door with all fresh vegetables and foods to last at least a week or more. That is just one of the great things that we get to do. We are now doing SNAP food assistance registrations during our pantry on Fridays. We'll talk more about Hurricane Ian disaster assistance later on. We do some care team counseling. We have a community service day for our homeless population. We do that once a month where we provide hot meals. We bring in hot shower trailer. We provide clothing, outreach to them for various things, including haircuts, eye exams, and things of that nature as well. And we partner with the city on lots of things. The Easter egg hunt, trick or treat. We do the postal food service drive, the Joy FM. We use that to raise money for Thanksgiving outreach. And we do a community Thanksgiving dinner. This year, over 300 people attended that meal. That was fantastic. And we do our Christmas outreach for children. Some of our partner organizations, of course, the City of Northport's #1 on that list. All Faiths Food Bank is our major food supplier. The Mayor's Feeding the Hungry program, the U.S. Postal Service, Northport Senior Center, and they are outstanding partners to work with. Sarasota County Schools, we have a program where the children can come to us and get signed off for their community service hours to go towards their college requirements as they graduate school. And they also, as I said, give us the names for the Day for Hope. Sarasota Court and Probation System, offenders are referred to us and can do their service time at our food pantry. And the probation system monitors that, and we are able to sign off on those hours for them. The amazing thing about this is a lot of them stay and work with us long beyond their community service hours. Some of them are still there. It's great to see it happen, changing lives. Hope for the Communities, our Day for Hope that we spoke about. Of course, Northport Parks and Rec is one of our big partners that we do festivals and events with them. Northport Fire Rescue and Northport Police Department both do annual food drives for us, and the police department provides a traffic detail out there to help us with all the traffic on Fridays. Of course, our major outreach and a primary mission is serving those people that don't have sustainable food chains, that don't have enough food to eat. And no one has ever turned away from us. A Friday food pantry begins about 5 a.m. with setup, tents, tables, cones, parking areas, traffic areas. We serve between 550 and 650 cars on a Friday, which reaches about 2,000 persons per week. That Friday starts on Thursday. We package approximately 650 to 700 dry good bags with canned goods and dry goods on Thursday for Friday. Friday morning, we begin the assembly lines. After our 5 to 7 a.m. setup, the first tractor trailer arrives. We have assembly lines for fresh produce, vegetables, fruit, meat, cheese, dairy, and other products. And we go through that whole process of bagging everything up, palletizing it, moving it to 2 lines, and we bring 2 lines of cars through. We line them up ready to go. We bring them in, and every 30 seconds, we load a car. They are out the door. Our walk-up pantry operations during the week also serve an additional 700 persons. Pounds of food distribution by our reporting periods. As I said, we opened in March of 2021, so we were open for approximately 9 months. That's not 820 pounds of food. It's 820,000 pounds of food distributed in 9 months. But now let's take a look at this year, and let's see where the need has gone. In 2022, in the first 6 months, we did 925,000 pounds of food. And in the next 6 months, which there was an impact from Hurricane Ian, we did 857,000 pounds of food. In Ian alone, in 2 weeks of operation, we did 620,000 worth of relief supplies and emergency food. Putting that on an annualized basis, in 2022, we distributed nearly 2,400,000 pounds of food to this community. And in 2021, 820,000 pounds of food to this community. Hurricane Ian was a big impact, as we just heard from emergency management. In the 14 days post-Hurricane Ian, Awaken Outreach Center served as an emergency receiving center and distribution for the city of Northport. We partnered with the American Red Cross, again with Jesus Loves Ministries, which provides the hot showers and trailer, with Mothers Helping Mothers, which is a clothing and needs distribution, supply distribution for mothers and children. And of course, our volunteers took all of the supplies that came in on the convoys of trucks and set them up for distribution. In addition, we received 78 tractor trailers of emergency food and supplies in 14 days. That equals 620,000 pounds of food. And you can see one of our meetings before distribution where we go over how we're going to do the day's event. 7,300 people received emergency aid from us in distribution of supplies. There were 3,600 hot meals served during that 2-week period, and additional hot meals came later on. Why we do it? You can see the smiling faces right there. People in need, the people in this community that need the assistance. In total, in those 2 weeks alone, we served 14,834 people in our community. Here's the amazing part. There's not one paid staff member at the Awaken Outreach Center. All of those volunteer hours came from people who live in this community, who also had damage to their facilities, to their homes, to their infrastructure, to their families, and yet they were out there serving the rest of this community. And I just want to applaud them. They're just amazing, hard workers. In 2022, Awaken volunteers unloaded 338 box trucks or tractor trailers. 78 of those, as we said, were during Hurricane Ian. In 2021, we unloaded 190 box trucks or tractor trailers. So in our 21 months of operation, we've taken in over 500 trucks of food and emergency supplies for this community. Now, 300 cubits by 50 cubits by 30 cubits is Noah's Ark. it would only hold 450 tractor trailers. We'd sink it. By the numbers in 2022, this is amazing. In the 12 months of 2022, through the various programs that we've provided in the community, 117,000 individuals have been served. Here's a listing of some of those services: the food pantry, Hurricane Ian relief, hot meals served, and some of those meals are our monthly community outreach services. 2,500 Christmas gifts to children in our community. 2,500 children receive gifts, and not just one gift. 31,000 volunteer hours of service to this community. 23,000 of that is at the food pantry, 3,100 in our outreach programs, which are the Easter egg hunt for the city, or trick or treat, or some of the other things that we do, including cleanup day when we go around the city and do city cleanup on the streets or at other buildings in the community. And of course, 4,000 hours in hurricane relief. We want to thank you for being our largest sponsor, being the person to give us a facility to operate out of. It's phenomenal that we have that as a church who was a mobile church for 10 years and now has finally got a permanent facility. We still don't have the capacity at that facility to do what we want to do for the city. And having the senior center is given us a way to reach out in the community. And we'll probably add more programs as we go. As I said, we see the needs and we keep trying to meet the needs of this community. And it's through your support, through the donations, through the volunteers. And by the way, every Friday, if you're not working here, there's some time to volunteer. And I know our police department has come out and volunteered, and our city manager and his staff have come out and volunteered. Julie was on the line, and everybody's been out there trying to see what we do and help out. And we do appreciate that because it takes every hand. Some of our people are seasonal, like you heard before, and they go home, the snowbirds. And this time of year, we don't have our high school kids because they're still in school yet. So we don't get that extra help. So we're short-staffed some days. So anyone that has some time and would like to volunteer with a really great community effort, one of those things you can get out there and do with us. Again, thank you for allowing us to be part of the city, to have a mission, and to work with the city to provide a benefit to our community. We're here, myself, Pastor Brian, Pastor Larry, to take any questions.
Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Taft. It's very interesting to see the numbers. I often say that Awaken Church and the services you provide are a real gift to this community.
Thank you.
And the data certainly backs it up. I'm opening up the floor to Commissioner questions or comments. Commissioner Stokes.
I don't have questions. I just wish to offer thanks for all you folks do. You are the poster child for people helping people. It's a great program. I've been there a number of times myself, need to be there even more when I have free time. Kudos to you all. You are fabulous. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you, sir.
Vice Mayor White.
Yes, your Friday drive-throughs are pretty amazing. I did take part in one, and very well organized. I appreciate that attention to detail, the process, how people get through there very quickly for what they get, which is great. I just had a question that is open to anybody. They don't have to be residents of Northport. Is that correct?
No, it's open to everyone. We don't turn anyone away.
Right.
We do ask people to register through All Faiths Food Bank.
Right.
That way we can get enough food to come back through. And so they get a card, and each week they show that card. They can come 8 times a month. So they can come to our walk-up pantry during the week and then to 4 Fridays if they wanted during the month.
Okay, and can I ask, does anybody else in the area do this to the extent that you do?
Not to this extent. There are food banks throughout the county.
Right.
Yes,
but they're usually
not in this area.
walk-up type things, right?
Correct.
Yeah, right, okay. All right, thank you.
Commissioner McDowell.
You guys are the poster child of a well-oiled machine. And I am proud to be able to say I volunteer but I am ashamed that I cannot volunteer as often as I would like. You guys do a phenomenal job, and I haven't heard where you get the money for this. I know your volunteers are 100% volunteered, and you get the food donated. Is there expenses that you guys incur to be able to do this? I mean,
Yes. Right now, Awaken Church has underwritten our lease to the city, and also helping provide the funds for our police services that we require each week. And those are our major costs right there. We do try to get grants. Food does cost money. Believe it or not, there are some charges, and most of that's transportation related and other things. It's not as expensive as one might think, but we do solicit grants. We are setting up presently to become a 501c3 aside from the church, so that we would be open for more grants that way and not specifically tied to the church side. So we are working on that process. But yes, a lot of it is donations. We get people that show up during the week and have boxes of canned goods in the back of their car and just want to drop them off. We have people that give monetary donations. Again, T-shirts for turkeys is a perfect example. We raised enough money to provide 700 families turkeys or a gift card for turkeys, plus all the fixings for Thanksgiving dinner. So that is just, and that was a fundraiser that we did in cooperation with Joy FM. So things like that help our community and help us sustain. But as I said, no one collects a salary for all the hours that we put in there.
you guys are to be commended. You are truly doing God's work, and thank you for helping our citizens. Hopefully people that may be watching this, if they cannot volunteer, they can at least maybe open their checkbook and send you guys a small stipend to help defray some of your costs. Thank you again.
Thank you. Gladly accepted.
Commissioner Emmerich.
Yes, thank you for everything that you all do. I mean, you all are a great asset to this city. There are individuals out there, like you said, the homeless and stuff, that may not have anything at all unless they come through your line. And it greatly helps them, not only in their being able to absorb the food, but also in their well-being and their mental states as well, being able to be cared for and have a place to go. So thank you so very much for everything that you all do.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
It is time for public comment. City Clerk.
Yes. Jill Luke, sorry. Jill Luke, I want to thank Awaken Pantry for all they offer to our community and to congratulate them for the growth in their mission. This group has a servant's heart and do all things through love. They are such a blessing, whether I'm working with them or in line receiving from them. Blessings to all of the serve team. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
And
God bless.
thank you to all of your volunteers. You do great work. Moving on to public hearings, item PLF-23-009. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. City Clerk, would you read the petition title and swear in those wishing to give testimony?
PLF 23-009, consideration of petition number PLF 23-009, Brightmoor at Welland Park, phases 1A through 1C, 2A and 3, replat of tract 513 and tract 601. Can everyone wishing to provide testimony please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, so help you God? Thank you.
Fellow commissioners, do you have any ex parte communications? Commissioner Emmerich?
No, ma'am.
Vice Mayor Wyatt?
No, nothing.
None for me.
No, ma'am.
And Commissioner McDowell?
No, I do not.
Great. Okay, time for presentations. I don't see an applicant here, so are you going to wear two hats?
No. So the applicant was here, planning and zoning. The applicants obviously bring a lot of projects to the board, and unfortunately, sometimes scheduling is a conflict. So For the record, Carl Benj, AICP, Planning and Zoning Department.
Oh, could you hold for a minute, sir? Did
Absolutely.
I ask for any aggrieved parties? I think I missed that. Are there any? Okay, thank you, City Clerk. Go ahead, sorry.
No problem. Again, Carl Benj, AICP, Planning and Zoning Department. I have been sworn. Today, we're talking about the Brightmoor at Welland Park, phases 1A through 1C, 2A, and 3, the replat of track 513 and track 601. This is petition number PLF 23009. So the applicant is John Lazinski, Vice President of Manasota Beach Ranchlands, LLLP, and the property owner is Manasota Beach Ranchlands, LLLP for this PID and the West Villages Improvement District for the following. The request is approval of a replatting of a portion of tract 513 and 601, and the location is within Village G, MURN1, north of Manasota Beach Road, east of Southwest Villages Parkway. So the purpose of this petition is to modify a portion of tract 513 and tract 601 and to slightly change the shape of the stormwater pond. The new pond shape will match the approved stormwater guidelines, and a total of plus or minus 0.61 acres will be impacted. Here's the plat of the stormwater that will be changed. The final plat was reviewed and approved by the contracted city surveyor for conformance with the Florida statute, Chapter 177, Part 1. And the final plat was reviewed for conformance with the approved revised infrastructure, REV 23049, and subdivision REV 23050, plans for the Brightmoor at Welland Park, Village G, phases 1A through 1C, 2A, and 3. So, in conclusion, staff recommends recommends approval of petition PLF 23-009 of Brightmoor at Welland Park, phase 1A, 1C, 2A, and 3, replat of portion of tract 513 and tract 601. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
So I'm assuming we don't have to go through rebuttal.
Well, that would be up to the attorney, but I mean, I can argue with myself.
Okay, do we have any public comment on this item, City Clerk?
Mayor, as the applicant has not appeared, I think it might be prudent just to put on the record that the applicant did receive notice of this hearing, and if we could maybe just get that clarified, and did not appear. And by the way, according to our code, is not required to appear, but let's just make sure that's very clear on the record.
Okay, thank you.
I can't testify to that. I don't know if they received notice.
Okay,
Oh, sorry, the applicant was notified. They knew that we were having a meeting today. Sorry.
okay, thank you. Any public comment on this item? I'm opening the floor to commission questions. Not seeing any. Are there any closing arguments?
I have none.
Okay, great, thank you. Then I'm closing this public hearing and requesting a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead, Commissioner Stokes.
I move to approve petition number PLF 23-009 as presented, and find that based on the competent substantial evidence, the Brightmoor at Welland Park phases 1A-1C, 2A, and 3 replat of tract 513 and tract 601 complies with the Unified Land Development Code and the Florida Statutes, Chapter 177.
Second. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do you need me to read through that, City Clerk? No, you're good. Okay, great. Motion maker was Commissioner Stokes, seconded by Commissioner McDowell. Let's vote, please. And that motion passes 5-0. Moving on, I'm assuming you're staying here.
For a little bit, yeah.
PLF 23010. This is a quasi judicial hearing. City Clerk, if you could read the petition, title, and swear in those wishing to provide testimony today.
Consideration of petition number PLF 23-010, Brightmoor at Welland Park, phases 1A through 1C, 2A, and 3, replat of tract 514 and tract 608. Can everyone wishing to provide testimony please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, so help you God? Thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioners, any ex parte communications? Commissioner Emmerich?
No, ma'am.
Vice Mayor?
No.
None for me.
None
Commissioner
for me.
Stokes? Commissioner McDowell?
None, thank you.
You are welcome. Time for presentations.
All right, once again, Carl Benj, AICP, Planning and
Oh,
Zoning
if you
Division.
could hold just for one moment.
Absolutely.
City Attorney, should we make that statement with each one of these items?
Yes, ma'am, it's a separate record for each item.
Okay, if you could please address that.
Absolutely. Well,
Thank
once
you.
again, Carl Benj, AICP, Planning and Zoning Division. The applicant is not present, but they were was let known that they were supposed to be here. So again, we're talking about Brightmoor at Welland Park, phases 1A to 1C, 2A, and 3, replat track of 514 and track 608. Petition number PLF 23010. So the applicant is John Lazinski, Vice President of Minnesota Beach Ranchlands, LLLP. Property owner is Minnesota Beach Ranchlands, LLLP. And they're looking for approval of replatting a portion of track 514 and 608. And the location is within Village G, MU2, north of Minnesota Beach Road and east of Southwest Villages Parkway. The applicant is asking to modify a portion of track 514 and track 608 and to slightly change the shape of Pond 9 to accommodate the enhanced monument sign and the entry features. The new pond shape will match previous pond areas to eliminate stormwater impacts, and a total of plus or minus 0.6021 acres will be impacted. Here is the plat of the new revised stormwater. You can see the adjustment. The final plat was reviewed and approved by the contracted city surveyor for conformance with the Florida Statutes, Chapter 177, Part 1, and the final plat was reviewed for conformance with the approved revised infrastructure, RAV 23049, and the subdivision RAV 23050 plans for Brightmoor at Welland Park Village G phases 1A through 1C, 2A, and 3. The Planning and Zoning Division recommends approval of petition number PLF 230110, Brightmoor at Welland Park phases 1A to 1C, 2A, and 3, replat of the portion of track 514 and track 608. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Great, thank you. Any rebuttal? Sir, any rebuttal?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I was waiting for somebody else to answer. We have nothing.
Thank you. City Clerk, any public comment on this item?
There is none.
Then I'm opening it up for commissioner questions. I'm not seeing any. So are there any closing arguments?
Have no closing arguments.
Okay, thank you. So that I'm closing this public hearing and requesting a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead, Commissioner Stokes.
I move to approve petition number PLF 23-010 as presented. Find that based on the competent substantial evidence, the Brightmoor at Welland Park phases 1A-1C, 2A, and 3 replat of track 514 and track 608 complies with the Unified Land Development Code and the Florida Statute, Chapter 177.
Great. We have a motion on the floor made by Commissioner Stokes and seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Do you need that repeated, City Clerk, or do you have it? Okay, good. Then let's vote. I have a very lazy iPad. And that motion passes 5-0. Moving on to PLF 23-011. This is a quasi judicial hearing. City Clerk, do your thing, please.
Consideration of petition number PLF 23-011, Brightmoor at Welland Park, phases 1A through 1C, 2A, and 3, replat of track 607 and track 705. Can everyone wishing to provide testimony please stand and raise your right hand? You swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner McDowell, do you have any ex parte?
No, I do not.
Commissioner Stokes?
No, ma'am.
None for me, Vice Mayor?
Nothing.
Commissioner Emmerich?
No, ma'am.
Okay, then let's move right on. Are there any aggrieved parties for this item, City Clerk?
There are none.
Great, thank you. Presentation time. I don't see an applicant, so again, if you could address that, I would appreciate it.
Absolutely. Good morning. For the record, Noah Fossick, Planning and Zoning Division. I have been sworn. The applicant is not in attendance but was noticed of this meeting. So we're here to discuss PLF 23011. The presentation will be divided into 3 parts: a brief overview of the development, details on the replat request, and details on the petition's compliance with state and local regulations. PLF 23011 is a replat of 2 tracts of the Brightmoor at Welland Park phases 1A through 1C, 2A, and 3 plat. The site is located within Village G of the Welland Park Master Development, south of Cool Today Park and east of West Village's Parkway. The site has both a future land use designation and is zoned village. The original plat was approved in June 2022, and the required revision to the approved subdivision plans were approved in March 2023. The revision includes the changes on this replat and other replats that you have heard and will hear today. The site is a total of 1.7 acres. On the right is on the left is the original plat showing track 607 and 705, and on the right is the proposed replat to consolidate the tracts into tract 507A. This would be a stormwater tract. The petition was reviewed by city staff and the contracted city surveyor for compliance with applicable state statutes, the Unified Land Development Code, and the Comprehensive Plan, and has been found in conformance with all these regulatory documents. At their April 20th meeting, the Planning and Zoning Advisory Board recommended approval of PLF 23011 to the City Commission. And based on the evidence presented today and provided in the staff report and backup materials, staff also recommends that the City Commission approve PLF 23011. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any rebuttal, Mr. Fossick?
No, I will not fight myself.
Okay. City Clerk, any public comment on this item? Then I am opening up the floor to Commissioner questions. Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah. I'm confused with 705. Where did it go on this replat? If you go back to your screen, you have it on the original plat. But 705 is not on the replat. What happened to it?
So track 705 and 607.
Maybe you could put that back up. Thank you.
Yes, here you go. Track 705 and 607, as well as a bit of the surrounding tracks, are reconfigured to make 507A.
So,
And track 607 still exists as well. That's like an open space track that kind of
Yeah.
surrounds these stormwater tracks.
so track 705 just disappeared entirely from the plat book?
Yes, 705 is being reconfigured as 507A, which is now a stormwater tract.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more questions. So closing arguments, Mr. Fossick?
Staff has no closing arguments. Thank you.
Then I am closing this public hearing and requesting a motion.
I'll go ahead.
You
On a
are on a
roll.
roll,
I'm on a
Commissioner
roll.
Stokes.
I move to approve petition number PLF 23-011 as presented and find that based on the competent substantial evidence, the Brightmoor at Welland Park phases 1A through 1C, 2A, and 3 replat of tract 607 and tract 705 complies with the Unified Land Development Code and the Florida Statutes, Chapter 177.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor made by Commissioner Stokes and seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Are you good with that, Recording Secretary? Okay, then let's move on. It is time to vote. And that motion carries 5-0. Let's do one more before we break. Moving on to PLF 23-012. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. City Clerk, if you could read the petition by title and swear in those wishing to provide testimony.
Consideration of petition number PLF 23-012, Brightmoor at Welland Park, phases 1A to 1C, 2A and 3, replat of track 614 and track 910. Can everyone wishing to provide testimony please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, so help you God? Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
For the record.
Any
Oh.
ex parte, Commissioner McDowell?
No.
Mr. Stokes?
No, ma'am.
None for me, Vice Mayor?
Nothing.
And Commissioner Emmerich?
No, ma'am.
Okay, do we have any aggrieved parties for this item?
We do not.
Okay, then it's presentation time.
All right. Once again, Carl Bench, AICP, Planning and Zoning Division. I have been sworn. The applicant is not in attendance but was notified of the meeting. So today we're talking about Brightmoor at Welland Park, phases 1A to 1C, 2A, and 3, replat of track 614 and track 910, petition number PLF 23012. The applicant is John Lazinski, Vice President of Minnesota Beach Ranchlands, LLLP, and the property owner is Minnesota Beach Ranchlands, LLLP, for the following PID, and West Villages Improvement District for the other PID. Approval of replatting, the request is for approval of replatting a portion of track 614 and 910. The location is within Village G, MURN1, north of Minnesota Beach Road, east of Southwest Villages Parkway. So again, the applicant, the purpose of this petition is to modify a portion of track 614 and track 910 and to slightly change the shape of the stormwater pond. The new pond shape will match approved stormwater guidelines and a total of 0.55 acres will be impacted. Here is the plat of the stormwater pond that will be adjusted. So the final plat was reviewed and approved by the contracted city surveyor for conformance with the Florida statutes, Chapter 177, Part 1. And the final plat was reviewed for conformance with the approved revised infrastructure, REV 23049, and the subdivision, REV 23050, plans for Brightmoor, Welland Park, Village G, phases 1A through 1C, 2A, and 3. The Planning and Zoning Division recommends approval of petition number PLF 23-012, Brightmoor at Welland Park, phases 1A to 1C, 2A, and 3, replat portion of track 614 and track 910. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
And I'm assuming you have no rebuttal.
I have no rebuttal.
Okay, City Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item? Opening it up for commissioner questions. I'm not seeing any. So closing arguments, sir?
We have none.
Okay, then I'm closing this public hearing and requesting a motion.
I'll keep it going.
Yeah, you are on a roll.
I move to approve petition number PLF 23-012 as presented and find that based on the competent substantial evidence, the Brightmoor at Welland Park phases 1A through 1C, 2A and 3 replat of track 614 and track 910 complies with the Unified Land Development Code and Florida Statute Chapter 177.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor made by Commissioner Stokes, seconded by Commissioner McDowell. Are you all set with that language, recording secretary? Okay, then let's vote. And that motion passes 5-0. We are moving through these so smoothly. If no one's suffering, let's do another one or two before we break. So moving on to PLF 23-013. This is a quasi judicial item. City Clerk, can you read the petition title and swear in those wishing to give testimony?
Consideration of petition number PLF 23-013, Brightmoor at Welland Park, phases 1A through 1C, 2A and 3, replat of lots 81 through 94 and a portion of track 606. Can everyone wishing to provide testimony please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Commissioner Emmerich, any ex parte?
No, ma'am.
Vice Mayor?
Nothing.
None for me. Commissioner Stokes?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner McDowell?
No, ma'am.
Any aggrieved parties for this item? Okay, then let's move right along to the presentation. Go ahead, Mr. Fawcett.
All right. Good morning again. For the record, Noah Fossick, Planning and Zoning Division, and I have been sworn. Once again, the applicant was notified of this meeting and was not able to attend. All right. PLF 23013 is a replat of Brightmoor at Wellham Park, phases 1A through 1C, 2A and 3, for lots 81 through 94 and a portion of tract 606. The applicant is John Lazinski of Minnesota Beach Ranchlands LLP, who are also the property owners. The replat is located within Village G, specifically MURN 1, that's Mixed Use Residential Neighborhood 1, north of Minnesota Beach Road and east of Southwest Villages Parkway. The request would decrease the number of lots from 14 to 12, lots 81 to 94 that is, and to reduce a portion of tract 606. The lot sizes are being increased to accommodate model homes. This is over a total of 1.9718 acres. On the screen now is the proposed replat. This is lots 81 through 94 being consolidated into 81 through 92. The replat was reviewed and approved by the city's surveyor for conformance with state statutes, and the replat was also reviewed for conformance with the approved revised subdivision plans to which it does conform. At their April 20th meeting, the Planning and Zoning Advisory Board recommended approval of PLF 23013, and staff is also recommending approval of PLF 23013 based on the substantial competent evidence presented to you today and in the staff report. Thank you.
You are welcome. Any rebuttal?
No, ma'am.
Public comment, City Clerk? All righty. Closing arguments?
No closing arguments. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I'm closing this public hearing and requesting a motion.
I'll make it to wrap this one up.
Yeah.
I move to approve petition number PLF 23-013 as presented. Find that based on the competent substantial evidence, the Brightmoor at Welland Park phases 1A through 1C, 2A and 3 replat of tract 81 through 94 and a portion of tract 606 complies with the Unified Land Development Code and the Florida Statute 177. Excuse me.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor made by Commissioner Stokes, seconded by Commissioner McDowell. If there's nothing to that, let's go ahead and vote. And that motion passes 5-0. Let's move on to ordinance's second reading, number 2023-14. City Clerk, could you read this by title only, please?
Ordinance number 2023-14, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the code of the City of Northport, Florida, section 22-55 and 22-65, relating to extending the time period when use of fertilizer is restricted and eliminating the vehicle decal requirement, providing for findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, City Clerk. City Manager, this is your item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is the second reading of the fertilizer ordinance. I do want to point out that based on Florida legislation, as long as you are passing your ordinance prior to June of 2023, you're not impacted by the new rule that will be effect on July 1st of 2023. So you passing it is well within the rights of what you thought you would pass, and you would probably not be able to amend it if you wanted to based on the provision that is being passed at the state level.
Okay, thank you for that, City Manager. Commissioner, questions? Vice Mayor White.
Not a question, but I am so glad that we move forward with this. And that shows the need to move sometimes quickly, a lot more quickly with things because our state legislators will undermine our best efforts here and what we really want to do. So I'm so glad that this was brought up to extend it to April 1st. I don't know if that's the right word. So to broaden the window that fertilizing can be used because we have to do something about the high nutrient levels in our system, and it's time to stop talking about it and actually put things into place that will actually do something effectively. So I'm so glad this commission has moved forward with this.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Stokes.
Yeah, I would concur with Commissioner White. This is an important thing to get done. With the earlier rainy seasons we have, we really need to address it. And, all we have to do is look around the state to see the problems that occur with nutrients washing into our waterways. And this is important to do. The state law is going to do its best to accommodate the ag businesses and the fertilizer businesses. And so I'm delighted to support this one. I'm glad we're doing it. We need to get it done before the deadline.
Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, echoing my fellow commissioners' thoughts, glad that this has finally come to fruition. Again, I want to give thanks to the citizens who brought this forward in June of last year, and we had the initial discussion. So I'm glad that we beat Tallahassee at this point. And I'm glad that this is hopefully going to pass by unanimous vote. So thank you to staff for getting this done and to our citizens for their input on this.
City Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item? Okay, then I'm closing this public hearing and requesting a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mayor.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance number 2023-14 as presented.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor to adopt ordinance number 2023-14 as presented, made by Commissioner McDowell and seconded by Commissioner Stokes. If there's nothing to that, let's vote, please. And that motion passes 5-0. All right. Let's do one more and then we'll break for lunch. So ordinance number 2023-09. City Clerk, could you read this by title only?
Ordinance number 2023-09, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the code of the City of Northport, Florida related to alternative pickup locations for the collection of solid waste from residential properties, amending the code of the City of Northport, Florida, section 62-50, providing for findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you for that, City Manager. This is your item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This second reading of the solid waste ordinance is related to the walk-up service program. As a reminder, at the April 25th meeting, Commission directed staff to change the word may to must in line 11. This has been made and the updated ordinance has been reviewed and approved by the city attorney as for form and correctness, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, City Manager. I'm opening up the floor to Commissioner questions. I am not seeing any. City Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item? Then I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mayor.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 2023-09 as presented at second reading.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to adopt ordinance number 2023-09 as presented at second reading. Motion maker, Commissioner McDowell, seconded by Commissioner Stokes. Let's vote. And that motion passes 5-0. Since we are bumping up, I'm sorry. Oh, so sorry. Commissioner McDowell, go ahead.
Yes, Mayor, I just, I know that everybody is anxious to take a lunch, but I see some unfamiliar faces in the audience, and I'm just wondering if they might be here for the vacations of easements. And those usually don't take a very long time. So I was just curious if we might want to make sure to accommodate them.
Well, we have not changed the agenda, and we approved the agenda
We can
as
all,
stated.
if we need to, we can make a motion to rearrange it at this time before we take break.
What is the feeling of my commission, Commissioner Emmerich, or?
If we don't take a lunch, then we at least need to have a potty break. You know, even if it's a small break or whatnot, you know, but
Okay.
we do have a lot left.
Vice Mayor?
I'm good with hearing that, so they don't have to wait, but I understand we have to
Okay.
take some.
Yeah, I'm good with a short break and we can.
Okay, then
accommodate
Commissioner
folks who are
McDowell, if
here.
you would like to make a motion?
Well, Mayor, I don't know what that motion is, and I don't even know if the unfamiliar faces are here for a vacation of easement. If you can nod your head, yes.
Why don't you raise your hand?
Okay.
1,
So there's two of them. Mayor,
3.
Mayor, at this time, maybe we could take a 10-minute break, and then I'll find out which ones they're here for, and then we'll come back and get the motion.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's take a 5-minute break and come back at 11. A 5-minute break. A 5-minute break, come back at 11:50. Thank you. resuming this Northport City Commission regular meeting. Commissioner McDowell, are you ready with our?
Mayor, if I could make a motion to rearrange a little bit of the agenda before we go to lunch to accommodate some citizens that are here for vacations of easement. The motion I would like to make is to move resolution number 2023R-31 and resolution number 2023R-33 to be heard now.
We have a motion on the floor to move two items, resolution.
Your audio, ma'am.
Thank you so much. We have a motion to move two items, resolution number 2023R-31 and 2023R-33 to be heard now. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second.
And just to
Vice
clarify.
Mayor White?
Yeah, just to clarify, we're moving 2 out of the 3.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Third one's not here.
Okay.
So we have a quorum. We can vote. If there's nothing to that, let's vote on Commissioner McDowell's motion. And that motion passes 4-0. Commissioner Emmerich is not back yet. So let's move right along. Resolution number 2023-R-31. This is a quasi judicial hearing. City Clerk, could you read this resolution by title only and swear in those wishing to give testimony?
Resolution number 2023-R-31, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, vacating a portion of the 20-foot drainage maintenance easement for Lot 8, Block 160, 5th addition to Port Charlotte subdivision, providing for findings, providing for recording, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Can everyone wishing to provide testimony please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, so help you God? Thank you.
Commissioner Emmerich has rejoined us. Do you have any ex parte communications, sir?
No, ma'am, it was a long line at the outhouse, sorry.
Vice Mayor?
No, nothing.
None for me. Commissioner
None for
Stokes?
me.
Commissioner McDowell?
Just chatting with the citizens prior to our break to see what they were here for.
City Clerk, do we have any aggrieved parties in this matter? Then let's start with presentations. Applicants, you are first.
Vicky Stachura and Ted Trubilas. We like to put a shed.
And we have been sworn. Just add, we have been sworn into the record?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
We like to put a shed 10 by 16 on our backyard, and we need a permission 20-foot easement. Carl knows more about it. So we like to have a permission to put that shed there because we don't want to put it too close to the bedroom
the
window
31.
because that would block the view. And on the other side, we also have a hot tub that we don't want to look at the shed, so we got plenty of room in back. So hopefully will be granted.
Okay, thank you. Staff?
Okay. Good morning, Carl Benj, AICP. I have been sworn. Sorry. So today we're talking about 2332 Pretzel Lane, the vacation of a platted rear easement with resolution number 2023-R31. And this is petition number VAC 23020. The applicant is Thaddeus Sumilas. The property owner is Thaddeus Sumilas and
Vicky.
Vicky. So they're requesting a vacation of a portion of the platted rear 20-foot utility and drainage easement to allow a prefabricated shed. The location is 2432 Pretzel Lane, Lot 8, Block 160, 5th addition to the Port Charlotte subdivision. The ID is as follows. And the property size is plus or minus 0.23 acres or 10,000 square feet. They're requesting to vacate a portion of the platted rear 20-foot utility and drainage easement to allow a prefabricated shed to encroach into the 20-foot rear maintenance easement. If the request is granted, approximately 160 square feet of the easement will be vacated. The following agencies have reviewed the request to vacate the portion of the platted rear 20-foot maintenance easement, and through written responses have granted their approval. No issues or concerns were raised regarding the request. If you see AmeriGas and Comcast both have 2 and 3 next to them, they did not return. We have a condition that if you do not answer our letter within 10 days, we consider it a no objection. The vacation of easement was reviewed and approved by staff for conformance with the Florida Statute, Chapter 177. And the vacation of easement was reviewed and approved by staff for conformance with UIDC Chapter 53, zoning regulations. And the Planning and Zoning Division recommends approval petition number VAC 23020 via resolution number 2023 R31. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to help.
Thank you for that. Applicant, do you have any rebuttal? Do you disagree with anything that staff
Everything's
said?
good.
Okay, thank you. Staff, any
I have
rebuttal?
nothing. Nope.
City Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item? Then I'm opening the floor to commission questions. Not seeing any, let's move on to closing arguments. Staff?
I have none, thank you.
Applicant, any closing arguments?
No, thank you.
Okay, then I'm closing this public hearing and requesting a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead, Commissioner McDowell.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 2023R-31 as it was presented.
Okay, we have a motion on the,
Thank you so much.
you're welcome. We have a motion on the
Gotta vote.
floor to adopt resolution number 2023R-31 as presented, made by Commissioner McDowell and seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. If there's nothing more for that, let's vote. And that motion passes
Thank you.
5-0.
Enjoy your shed.
Moving on to resolution number 2023-R-33. This is a quasi judicial hearing. City Clerk, if you could read the resolution by title and swear in those wishing to give testimony.
Resolution number 2023-R-33, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, vacating a portion of maintenance, utility, and drainage easements for Lot 23, Block 1936, 41st Edition to Port Charlotte subdivision, providing for findings, providing for recording, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Can everyone wishing to provide testimony please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, so help you God?
I do.
Thank
Okay. Presentation, I'm sorry, are there any aggrieved parties? Okay, thank you. Presentation by applicant? Oh, I'm so sorry. Commissioner Emmerich, any ex parte?
No, ma'am.
Vice Mayor?
No.
None for me?
No, ma'am.
And Commissioner?
The only ex parte communication I had was communicating with the citizen right before to see if they were here for this hearing.
Great, thank you. Okay, on to presentation by the applicant.
My name is Cliff King. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. In the interest of time, I'll simply defer to the staff report, what will be available for any questions you have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. King. Mr. Fossick?
Good morning. For the record, Noah Fossick, Planning Zoning Division. I have been sworn. Today we'll discuss Resolution 2023-R-33, also known as VAC 22272, petition to vacate certain platted rear easements. The presentation is divided into 4 sections: an overview of the site, the request, the review by applicable utility agencies, and compliance with state and local regulations. The request is for 3134 Mola Street, platted as Lot 23, Block 1936 in the 41st Edition to Port Charlotte subdivision. The site has a future land use designation of low-density residential and is zoned residential single-family, RSF2. The request is to vacate approximately 570 square feet of the rear 20-foot maintenance easement and 31 square feet of the 10-foot rear drainage and utility easement. The request is to allow a pool, pool deck, and pool cage to remain that were originally constructed in 1984. The requested vacations of easement are shown graphically now. The vacation request of the rear maintenance easement is on the left, and the vacation request of the drainage and utility easement is on the right. All applicable utility agencies were provided a review form, which you can see on the left, in the sketches and descriptions that you previously saw. All agencies provided their consent to the request except AmeriGas, who provided no response. As you heard previously, when we send out the notices, there's a disclaimer that if no response is received within 10 days, then it is assumed that there's no objection from their agency. The applicants did publish a notice of intent in the newspaper of general circulation for 2 consecutive weeks in compliance with state statute. Resolution 2023-R-33 for the vacation of easements has been reviewed and approved by the city attorney's office. Last, based on staff's review, the petition complies with all state and local regulations, particularly those relating to noticing, proof of payment of taxes, and proof of ownership of the property. And at their April 20th meeting, the Planning and Zoning Advisory Board recommended approval of VAC 22272, also known as Resolution 2023-R-33 to the City Commission. And so based on the evidence presented today and provided in the staff report and backup materials, staff recommends that the City Commission approve Resolution 2023-R-33. Thank you.
Any rebuttal by applicant
I have no rebuttal.
or staff?
Staff has no rebuttal. Thank you.
Okay. City Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item? Okay, I'm opening up the floor to commission questions. Commissioner McDowell.
Did I hear correctly? Did you say the pool has been in place since 1984?
Yes, correct. The pool cage, and pool deck have been existing on the property since 1984.
Okay, so I guess the bigger question is, why are we hearing this now?
So the current property owners recently purchased the property, and these issues arose in the title search. So to clarify any nonconformities, they applied for this vacation of easement.
How did it get, well, it's 1984. I'll leave that one out for, thank you.
Thanks.
Vice Mayor White.
Yes, I had questions along those same lines because, yes, I saw 1984, so I'm assuming this is the first time it's changed ownership. That would have come up before, wouldn't have? I'm just curious how these things happen, how we get to this point where it was, I can understand 1984, things were very different back then. Okay, let's put a pool and nobody questioned it. But since then, and at the time of the sale, it was purchased in November of 2022. So is that at that point is when they said, okay, this shouldn't be here?
To my understanding, yes, the title search is what showed that there was this issue, this nonconformity.
And that's after the purchase. I thought that was done before.
In conjunction with the purchase.
Oh, okay. All right. All right, that's my, and would you know if there were any other transfers of ownership of this property since 1984?
I personally am not aware. I don't know if the applicant's attorney is aware of previous purchases.
I'm just, again, just curious how we get to this point without it ever being approached before.
I believe there were prior transfers. I am not prepared to speak to them
Okay.
at this point in time.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. I'm not sure if it's for you, Mr. Fossick, or for another member of staff, but do we charge a penalty for property owners who request easements after the fact? And I'm not addressing this to the current situation because the new owners weren't responsible for that. But is there any penalty for doing that?
So just to be clear, are you asking if there's an application fee related to the vacation of easements, or are you asking if there is
No,
a fee
sort
tied
of
to a code
fee or a
violation?
penalty for requesting an easement after the fact, that something has already been built into the easement. Are you aware of that?
So best of my understanding, there is no fee tied to that, although your property will be considered non-conforming, which could conflict with any future building permits that you seek. You would have to clarify that nonconformity before you be able to get any additional building permits or change your property.
Yeah, because I would certainly in these situations be very reluctant to request that a property owner tear up their pool and move it a foot. But, so many people come and do these things the right way. They request the vacation of easement before they proceed with any development. So I'm just thinking when it happens after the fact like that, we might want to consider something. And I see Ms. Barnes coming down to tell me there's a state statute about this or something.
No, ma'am. Lori Barnes, Planning and Zoning Manager. I have not been sworn.
Could we please have the witness sworn?
Excuse me?
Sure.
I heard what she said. I didn't hear what you said, Amber, because you
Could
were
we
too
please
loud.
have the witness sworn?
Yes. Can you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am. Mayor Langdon, the city's fee schedule does not currently incorporate a differential fee for an after-the-fact vacation request or an after-the-fact variance request. There are communities that do have a higher fee when you're asking for a variance after the fact or a vacation after the fact. And as we work through the Unified Land Development Code rewrite, and the associated changes to the fee schedule, that's certainly something that we can consider incorporating into that fee schedule. However, in the case where you have a situation where a structure has existed since the 1980s, I would think that we'd like to have some discretion as far as application of that after the fact fee to a homeowner or especially a new homeowner who has inherited this condition.
Yeah.
And as to the property transfers in the past, we don't have information on how many times the property has transferred. However, in many cases, when someone purchases a property for cash, they do not have title work completed and may not have been aware of this nonconformity.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am.
We certainly won't discuss that today. It's not been noticed, but if it will come back to us as part of the rewrite, that's perfectly good for my needs. I'm not seeing any other questions. So do we have any closing arguments, staff?
Staff has no closing arguments. Thank you.
Applicant?
I have no closing arguments.
Okay, then I'm closing this public hearing and requesting a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mayor.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 2023R-33 as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to adopt resolution number 2023R-33 as presented, made by Commissioner McDowell, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. If there's nothing more to that, let's vote. And that motion passes 5-0. Thank you both.
Thank you.
And I guess it's time for lunch. Okay.
Thank you.
It is 12:10. We are going to pause this meeting until lunch. Let's be back by 12:50.
64 water control structures, of which 23 are gated water control structures, 5 are gated drop structures, 28 are fixed weir structures, and 8 are drop structures. The control elevations of these structures are designed so that water is retained in the waterways in a step-down elevation system configuration. This means the water levels in the waterway segments between structures progressively decrease in elevation from north to south and from east to west. This system configuration allows both retention of stormwater runoff for water quality treatment and storage for potable water use. In preparation for a storm, the gates are opened as needed to convey floodwaters. The city has an ongoing program to inspect and replace old corroded structures. Since 2006, 13 of the high-priority structures have been replaced or rehabilitated. The city also has a program to clear the ditches of sediment deposits that have accumulated over time and clear fallen trees and debris in the Myakkahatchee Creek. This also helps restore the flow capacity of the waterways. Long story short, Northport is prone to flooding, but the city works hard to maintain conveyance channels, water control structures, and procedures put in place to lessen the impact. When there is a hurricane or significant rain event, the city gets into response and recovery mode quickly after. Please stay safe out there.
Oh, you're swimming in the pool?
gosh, this is gonna be great!
This is George, your city arborist for the city of Northport. Today, we're going to discuss the tree permit. I get a lot of calls about the tree permit. A lot of people are confused on how to fill it out. So I'm just going to do a quick overview of the tree permit. People ask me, why do we need a tree permit? We are 21 years in a row tree city. We try to maintain our tree canopy. We have a 35% canopy requirement that is in the ULDC code. Tree permit is $18.75. If you're caught cutting down a tree and do not obtain a permit, you will be fined $250. The tree permit is good for a year. At the top left-hand corner of the permit, it says inspections. There's a phone number. Please call that number. It's an automated system that will set up a final inspection for the inspector to come out and close out the permit. Please have the permit posted somewhere when the tree work is being done and at the final inspection. If the paperwork is not where the inspector can find it, they will fail the inspection. You can drop off your permit at City Hall. Well, it must be dropped off. You cannot email it in. There's a drop box for small permits or the drive-through window. Okay, this has been another video of Ask the Arborist. If you have any questions, please visit the city website at cityofnorthport.com.
If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, you really ought to show it. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings.
When you're following behind large trucks, you want to make sure that you're following at a safe distance. And if you don't know that safe distance, just remember if you can't see their mirrors, they can't see you.
We stop at about 1,000 houses a day. In order for us to complete that, and be safe, we try not to rush in between the houses. It takes us a little time. We're not trying to slow you down. We're just trying to get things up in an orderly fashion. How our trucks work, we have two different types of trucks that pick up residential garbage and recycle. We have one that's a side loader, and we have one that's a front loader. When that bucket comes out of the top of the truck and is positioned to pick up cans up front, you have probably 8-9 feet in front of you that the people behind you passing may not know about.
On a large truck, construction vehicles, etc., there's a lot of flashing lights. So just make sure their brake lights, you're paying attention to their brake lights and their blinkers so you know what they're intending to do. So you want to make sure that you're not on a double yellow line or a curve and you have good visibility for oncoming traffic so you can pass safely.
If you're too close and you go to pass, you never know what's around the corner.
When coming up to an intersection behind a large vehicle, realize that you can't pass within 100 foot of an intersection. Go through that intersection safely, following at a safe distance, and then once your lines allow you to pass, do so safely when there's not oncoming traffic.
Safety first. Don't risk your life to get somewhere sooner. All right? You're gonna hurt yourself or somebody else. Let's just keep it safe.
Hello, I'm David, and today we're doing another episode of Ask the Arborist. We've had a lot of questions come in about gopher tortoises in the city of Northport. We certainly have a lot of them, and today we're going to answer some of those questions that have been coming in. The first one is, what happens when there's a gopher tortoise on a vacant lot and a builder puts in a land clearing permit and wants to build or develop that lot? Well, when they submit a land clearing permit, myself or George Murphy, the other arborist, we go out to the land and we walk the lot for gopher tortoise burrows. This is what they look like. The gopher tortoise is a keystone species, and up to 350 different animals depend on this burrow. So the state, or the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, has protected the animal and its burrows. So we do our very best to make sure that these do not get disturbed. By doing so, we walk vacant lots when land clear permits get issued, to ensure that there are not any burrows. If there are burrows or gopher tortoises on that lot, we do not issue a land clear permit. What we do instead is contact the builder and let them know that they have to hire an authorized gopher tortoise agent who is certified through the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission to relocate the tortoise that may or may not be inside that burrow. This process is a permitted process through the state or Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, and we won't issue the permit until we've got permission from the state that that burrow has been excavated and that tortoise has been relocated. So another question we had is, where do the tortoises go once they've been relocated? The tortoises go to a permanent conservation land, which is deemed a recipient site for tortoises. It's a very happy place for them to go, and they can live out their days. Tortoises live up to 60 years, so we want to protect them and continue their species on for further generations. Good morning, Northport. My name is David Jaro. I'm the city arborist. Today I'm going to show you how to measure a tree's diameter at breast height, or DBH. So you begin by measuring from the ground up at 54 inches, or 4.5 feet. So for me, that's right at my chest plate. So I can usually just walk up to a tree and put it right up. So today I'm using arbor tape. I'll show you two different ways. One with arbor tape that converts circumference to diameter, and then I'll also show you with a regular tape measure. And in this case, this tree is 21 inches diameter. Now the other method of doing this, which is probably more for typical homeowners, is everyone's got a tape measure in their garage. I got 67 inches in circumference. So now we just have to convert that to diameter. And to do that, you're going to want to pull out a calculator. Take the circumference and divide by pi, which is 3.14. So I got 67 divided by 3.14, and I got 21 inches.
At the City of Northport, we are here to serve you. And there are many ways to connect with us. You will always find friendly faces when you come to City Hall. When you first walk in, you will see our Customer Care Center. The Care Center helps customers who call into the city to get answers they need in a timely fashion. Our Care Center has helped more than 10,000 customers last month alone. Next to the call center, you will find the self-service kiosk for code enforcement and building divisions. Using the QR code or by visiting our website, you can schedule your appointments with ease. Have you checked out our website? From employment opportunities to building codes, you can find just about anything using the search bar. Finally, you can download the North Report app and submit non-emergency issues to City Hall in less than a minute. The app has helped correct more than 12,000 issues across the city. No matter the method you choose, the city is here for you. And together, we will build a stronger community. Have you heard of the North Report app? North Report is a tool used to report non-emergency issues to City Hall. The app is built to be easy for anyone to use on the go. When you see an issue, it takes less than a minute to report the issue on the app. First, pull up the app and click Report Issue. Then, click Camera and take a picture of the issue or get the image from your photo gallery. After that, the app uses geolocation to pinpoint your exact location. Then, you choose the type of issue from the list provided. You'll finish up by including a brief description of the issue, such as where it is, what it looks like, and any other important information that will help city staff correct the issue. Then when you're done, you hit Submit, and you're ready to go. It is that simple. North Report, a simple and valuable way for you to build a stronger community.
Let's kick it. Alright, stop, collaborate and listen. Parks is back with an old invention. Whenever your pet goes number 2, it's your job to scoop the poo. Will it ever stop? Yo, I don't think so. Poop shouldn't be left to decompose. To the extreme, bag it up like a champ. Throw it away, use your part, get amped. Dance, rush a baggie to the trash. Keep the water clean, do your part in a flash. Deadly, when bacteria goes steadily. Anything less than scooping is a felony. Love it or leave it, you better gangway. You better hit the bullseye, the dogs don't play. This can be a problem, but yo, we'll solve it. Check out the hook while my DJ revolves it. Don't forget to scoop. Don't forget to scoop. Yo man, let's get out of here. Word to your pupper. Don't forget to scoop. Don't forget to scoop.
Why do we flood? During significant rain events, Northport nearly always floods in certain areas of the city. This is thanks to the locally named Myakkahatchee Creek, also known as the Big Slough Watershed. The 195 square mile drainage area flows through DeSoto, Manatee, and Sarasota counties, then through our city to exit at Charlotte Harbor. As the city of Northport is located at the low end of the Big Slough Watershed drainage system, the city's current flooding and water quality conditions are attributed not only to the city's growth, but also to upstream runoff in the DeSoto, Manatee, and Sarasota County portions of the Big Slough. During significant rain events, ponding can also occur. Ponding occurs in low-lying areas that are characterized by poorly drained or supersaturated soils. With back-to-back rainfall events, the ground is totally saturated, which increases the runoff during a storm. The city works hard to maintain its stormwater conveyance system, which is comprised of roadside swales draining into 79 miles of named waterways and 132 miles of retention ditches that interconnect with each other and with the Myakkahatchee Creek. There are 64 water control structures, of which 23 are gated water control structures, 5 are gated drop structures, 28 are fixed weir structures, and 8 are drop structures. The control elevations of these structures are designed so that water is retained in the waterways in a step-down elevation system configuration. This means the water levels in the waterway segments between structures progressively decrease in elevation from north to south and from east to west. This system configuration allows both retention of stormwater runoff for water quality treatment and storage for potable water use. In preparation for a storm, the gates are opened as needed to convey floodwaters. The city has an ongoing program to inspect and replace old corroded structures. Since 2006, 13 of the high-priority structures have been replaced or rehabilitated. The city also has a program to clear the ditches of sediment deposits that have accumulated over time and clear fallen trees and debris in the Myakkahatchee Creek. This also helps restore the flow capacity of the waterways. Long story short, Northport is prone to flooding, but the city works hard to maintain conveyance channels, water control structures, and procedures put in place to lessen the impact. When there is a hurricane or significant rain event, the city gets into response and recovery mode quickly after. Please stay safe out there.
Oh, you're swimming in the pool?
This is George, your city arborist for the city of Northport. Today, we're going to discuss the tree permit. I get a lot of calls about the tree permit. A lot of people are confused on how to fill it out. So I'm just going to do a quick overview of the tree permit. People ask me, why do we need a tree permit? We are 21 years in a row tree city. We try to maintain our tree canopy. We have a 35% canopy requirement that is in the ULDC code. Tree permit is $18.75. If you're caught cutting down a tree and do not obtain a permit, you will be fined $250. The tree permit is good for a year. At the top left-hand corner of the permit, it says inspections. There's a phone number. Please call that number. It's an automated system that will set up a final inspection for the inspector to come out and close out the permit. Please have the permit posted somewhere when the tree work is being done and at the final inspection. If the paperwork is not where the inspector can find it, they will fail the inspection. You can drop off your permit at City Hall. Well, it must be dropped off. You cannot email it in. There's a drop box for small permits or the drive-through window. Okay, this has been another video of Ask the Arborist. If you have any questions, please visit the city website at cityofnorthport.com.
If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, you really ought to show it. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings.
When you're following behind large trucks, you want to make sure that you're following at a safe distance. And if you don't know that safe distance, just remember, if you can't see their mirrors, they can't see you.
We stop at about 1,000 houses a day. In order for us to complete that, and be safe, we try not to rush in between the houses. It takes us a little time. We're not trying to slow you down. We're just trying to get things up in an orderly fashion. How our trucks work, we have two different types of trucks that pick up residential garbage and recycle. We have one that's a side loader, and we have one that's a front loader. When that bucket comes out of the top of the truck and is positioned to pick up cans up front, you have probably 8-9 feet in front of you that the people behind you passing may not know about.
On a large truck, construction vehicles, etc., there's a lot of flashing lights. So just make sure their brake lights, you're paying attention to their brake lights and their blinkers so you know what they're intending to do. So you want to make sure that you're not on a double yellow line or a curve and you have good visibility for oncoming traffic so you can pass safely.
If you're too close and you go to pass, you never know what's around the corner.
When coming up to an intersection behind a large vehicle, realize that you can't pass within 100 foot of an intersection. Go through that intersection safely, following at a safe distance, and then once your lines allow you to pass, do so safely when there's not oncoming traffic.
Safety first. Don't risk your life to get somewhere sooner. All right? You're going to hurt yourself or somebody else. Let's just keep it safe.
Hello, I'm David, and today we're doing another episode of Ask the Arborist. We've had a lot of questions come in about gopher tortoises in the city of Northport. We certainly have a lot of them, and today we're going to answer some of those questions that have been coming in. The first one is, what happens when there's a gopher tortoise on a vacant lot and a builder puts in a land clearing permit and wants to build or develop that lot? Well, when they submit a land clearing permit, myself or George Murphy, the other arborist, we go out to the land and we walk the lot for gopher tortoise burrows. This is what they look like. The gopher tortoise is a keystone species, and up to 350 different animals depend on this burrow. So the state, or the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, has protected the animal and its burrows. So we do our very best to make sure that these do not get disturbed. By doing so, we walk vacant lots when land clear permits get issued to ensure that there are not any burrows. If there are burrows or gopher tortoises on that lot, we do not issue a land clear permit. What we do instead is contact the builder and let them know that they have to hire an authorized gopher tortoise agent who is certified through the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission to relocate the tortoise that may or may not be inside that burrow. This process is a permitted process through the state or Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, and we won't issue the permit until we've got permission from the state that that burrow has been excavated and that tortoise has been relocated. So another question we had is, where do the tortoises go once they've been relocated? The tortoises go to a permanent conservation land, which is deemed a recipient site for tortoises. It's a very happy place for them to go, and they can live out their days. Tortoises live up to 60 years, so we want to protect them and continue their species on for further generations. Morning, Northport. My name is David Jaro. I'm the city arborist. Today I'm going to show you how to measure a tree's diameter at breast height, or DBH. So you begin by measuring from the ground up at 54 inches, or 4.5 feet. So for me, that's right at my chest plate. So I can usually just walk up to a tree and put it right up. So today I'm using arbor tape. I'll show you two different ways. One with arbor tape that converts circumference to diameter, and then I'll also show you with a regular tape measure. And in this case, this tree is 21 inches diameter. Now the other method of doing this, which is probably more for typical homeowners, is everyone's got a tape measure in their garage. I got 67 inches in circumference. So now we just have to convert that to diameter. To do that, you're going to want to pull out a calculator. Take the circumference and divide by pi, which is 3.14. So I got 67 divided by 3.14, and I got 21 inches.
Back, everybody. We're resuming this regular meeting. We are resuming this regular meeting of the Northport City Commission. It is 12:50. We have a quorum. All our commissioners are here. All our charter officers are here. And we still have our representatives in the back. So let's start out with ordinances first reading. Ordinance number 2023-18. City Clerk, can you read this by title only?
Ordinance number 2023-18, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the City of Northport Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Element regarding Goal 2, Figure 1, Standards for Activity Centers, AC 7, Area A, Warm Mineral Springs, amending the density, intensity, and percentage of land use, and amending Goal 2, Activity Center 7, Area A, policies 2.7.11 through 2.7.22, providing for findings, providing for adoption, providing for transmittal of documents, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
And I realized I neglected to call for a motion for that. So let's just do it after the fact. I'm looking for a motion to direct City Clerk to read the ordinance by title only. And I should pay a penalty since I'm doing it after the fact. Okay, Commissioner Emmerich?
I said so moved.
So moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to direct City Clerk to read the ordinance by title only, made by Commissioner Emmerich, seconded by Commissioner McDowell. Let's vote, please. We're in trouble if it doesn't. And that motion passes 5-0. City Manager, this is your item.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Mayor. This item is related back to 7A, Activity Center 7A, Warm Mineral Springs. We do have our Planning and Zoning Division Manager, Ms. Lori Barnes, here, and I will turn it over to her for an introduction and question and answer.
Good afternoon, Lori Barnes, Planning and Zoning Manager. Today, I am presenting proposed resolution ordinance 2023-18 regarding Area 7A of the Warm Mineral Springs Activity Center. What is proposed is a corrective amendment to the comprehensive plan regarding densities and intensities allocated for this particular Area A of the Activity Center. As you can see on the map, Activity Center 7 includes the city-owned property on which Warm Mineral Springs lies, and then Area 7A, which area is to the south and southwest. This area is subject to this ordinance and is privately owned. In 2015, the City Commission adopted Ordinance 2015-02 to establish Area A of Activity Center 7. The densities and intensities proposed for Area A included medium density residential at 10 units an acre on 30% of the property, and non-residential development at a floor area ratio of 0.6 on 90% of the area. The percentages also included 36% of public rec open space, and clearly these percentages add up to more than 100%.
Figuring that out.
Immediately following the creation of Area A of Activity Center 7, the City Commission adopted Ordinance 2015-03 to rezone the property for Area 7A. The provisions in that ordinance lended to contract zoning, which is prohibited in the state of Florida. As I explained at the workshop in January, wherein Commission gave direction to make these modifications for Area 7A, this rezoning ordinance allowed 72 multifamily units, which exceeded what was allowed per the comprehensive plan. It also limited the non-residential area to 269,000 square feet, which was less than the floor area ratio of 0.6, provided for in the comprehensive plan. That ordinance also approved a development master plan with no expiration date, regardless that the Unified Land Development Code provides that development master plans are effective for a period of 2 years. Before you today is a comprehensive plan amendment that would provide for corrective density at 5 dwelling units per acre and a floor area ratio of 0.2. 78 dwelling units would be permitted, and floor total square footage for non-residential development of 136,778 square feet. And those densities and intensities could be allocated across the entire area of 7A, rather than setting aside specific percentages for each type of use. Also before you are the policies associated with Area 7A. Staff is recommending that these policies be consolidated and that they provide direction for the city to pursue adoption of land development regulations to provide for sustainable development in Area 7A of the Activity Center, including but not limited to maximum impervious surface area ratio, minimum open space requirements, and low impact development standards for stormwater. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. I am opening the floor to commission questions. Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the column that's titled AC7. And I can see why a lot of people are kind of confused as to what's going on here. Is it possible to create a column for 7, which is city-owned property, and then another column for 7A? That way then it specifically points out this is for 7 and this is for 7A, because reading this, it's quite confusing.
Yes, ma'am. We initially did propose some substantial modifications to the table to address not only providing a separate column for Area A, but to also address some inconsistencies as far as abbreviations and differential responses in the table as to non-permitted use or not applicable instead of 0. And that was really complicating the legal review process. So we decided to proceed with the format as it exists. And when we bring back the comprehensive changes to the future land use element associated with the rewrite, you're going to see a much different presentation of this chapter of the Unified Land Development Code, and we will ensure that clearly 7A is called out as a separate independent activity center.
Oh. Leaving aside all the initials and abbreviations and all that other mumbo jumbo stuff, can't we just create the 7 and 7A now? That way then it's clear and concise and understandable, because it's going to take some time to move forward. And I know we are going to have future discussion about Area 7. This way then things don't get mixed up. I would be in favor of that, and I don't see it being anything intensive.
Staff is willing to make whatever changes the commission directs.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to get a better understanding. In this chart, there's under public rec open space, and I very much appreciate staff's attempt to explain what that 36 and that 35 is. Let's try it in a conversation. Could you try it again as opposed to the written form?
Yes, ma'am. So the intent behind the public rec open space, we believe, was to set aside a percentage of each activity center for open space, whether that be open space that's deemed to be for public recreation or for public access. In Activity Center 7, the city-owned portion, 36% was established as a set-aside for public rec open. And actually, the future land use designation on portions of Activity Center 7 is rec open. However, on Activity Center 7A, there is no specific portion of the property that has a rec open future land use designation. And I think it's important to note that regardless the intent when this section was written, and if the intention was for a public future land use designation to be assigned or a rec open future land use designation was to be assigned, open space can be set aside without having a particular future land use designation applied to it. And the companion Unified Land Development Code regulations that will be coming associated with 7A will clarify that 35% of the area will need to be set aside as open space, and open space will be defined in the Unified Land Development Code to clearly indicate what types of uses qualify under an open space designation. I hope that helped. I'm not sure if you have a follow-up question. I will try to clarify further.
So, bear with me. If I'm understanding what you said, 7A, that 35% of open space will be coming back as part of the ULDC comp plan rewrite.
There will be a definition for open space, and any development that progresses on this property will have to represent at time of their development petition that they are setting aside that 35% open space in order to be compliant with the city's regulations.
So if we don't include it in the comp plan now, and let's say a petition comes before to develop that property, they wouldn't have to have any open space then on that property because it's not in there today. Is that correct?
The table provides that 35% of the land area has to be public or rec open. Okay?
Okay.
So there is a provision in the comp plan to require that 35%. And the footnote number 6, I believe, the footnote number 6 just clarifies that that land doesn't have to have a future land use designation of public or rec open, because as a matter of fact, those particular land use designations will no longer exist upon adoption of the Unified Land Development Code rewrite and the companion comprehensive plan amendments.
Mayor, I forgot to check the time when I started speaking. I don't know if I have it.
You have about 3 minutes left.
Excellent. So in ordinance number 2015-03, which is the agreement ordinance for developing that land that you said was in conflict with the comp plan for 7A. That ordinance says that there's 14.1 acres, but this is saying there's 15.7 acres in the staff report. Okay, an acre and a half, not a big deal. But when you're talking about 14 or 15 acres and you're talking about percentages, that could be a big deal. And I'm trying to get a better understanding of which one is more accurate.
I can tell you that the current calculation was verified by our GIS staff. Staff did recognize that the prior ordinances incorporated 14.1 acres, and we wanted to make sure that that acreage was verified, and it has been according to the GIS mapping for the city.
Okay, so the 15.7 acres is accurate. I agree. what does that do with the agreement and that ordinance that was approved in 2015 showing the 14 acres? Will they only be allowed to develop on 14 acres, or will they be able to develop on the 15.7?
Ordinance 2015-02 is unenforceable, which is why this comprehensive plan is being brought forward to make corrective amendments to address the density issues.
So if 1503 is unenforceable, does that make the agreement for their development plans unenforceable?
Correct.
Are they aware of this? How can we have an agreement that's unenforceable if all parties agreed to it?
Because it's contract zoning. In Florida, you cannot tie conditions to a rezoning petition. The property owner's representative contacted me after the January workshop. They are aware of the changes that are being proposed, and they understand the reasoning behind the proposal.
Mayor, I guess at this point I'll yield, but I will need a round two.
Thank you. Vice Mayor White.
Yes, so I just want to clarify, you said that it was unenforceable and you call that contract zoning? Is that what you referred to it as?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And that's not allowed in the state of Florida?
Correct.
Does it matter when that came into play? Obviously, that had to come into play after the fact, right? From originally when this was done?
I can't give you a date, Vice Mayor. I can tell you that I've been in the planning and zoning business for over 30 years. And my understanding throughout my career and my American Planning Association certification training is that contract zoning is illegal in Florida.
Okay. Thank you. And then the open space, yes, the 35%. I'm kind of thinking of that candy now and later. That now we want to designate open space, and later we have it in the works to define what are the components of open space. Do I have that right? Because we have not fully defined what constitutes open space.
The current Unified Land Development Code does in several different chapters reference open space. And there has been much discussion in the past on this commission regarding open space and park space and the definitions thereof and how they were inadequate. I think that based on staff's presentation and the intent to clearly define open space and the unlikely event that a development petition were to come into the city before adoption of the Land Development Code, that we would be able to successfully negotiate providing that open space as intended. The current ULDC does define open space somewhat, like I said, insufficiently. And I can tell you what that definition is as it currently stands. Open space shall be interpreted to mean areas of natural plant communities or areas replanting with vegetation after construction, etc. Other areas allowed to be counted as open space pursuant to Chapter 37 includes stormwater management areas, golf course, floodplains, greenbelts, upland habitat areas, utility corridors, squares, greens, parks whose frequent use is encouraged through access, placement, or design. So again, the conversation in the past has surrounded on what qualifies as a park.
Right.
What qualifies as open space. And we believe that our proposed definition makes clearer what actually will qualify for open space under the new code.
Okay. Thank you. And then just the last one, just to clarify, the original ordinance, it allowed for 10 units per acre, and what we're proposing is 5? Do I have that
Correct.
right?
Under the current comprehensive plan provisions, the density is allowed at 10 units per acre, but only on 30% of the property.
Okay.
What staff is proposing is that we do not track percentages of land use, only maximums across the whole area.
Oh, okay. And just as a side question, when this becomes developed, whenever somebody comes to actually develop it, they will have to have city sewer and water. Isn't that correct?
Correct. There are provisions in the comprehensive plan that require water and sewer in activity centers. So anything other than a single-family home on a pre-platted lot in this activity center would require those utilities.
Okay, and currently there is none.
Correct.
Okay. All right, that does it for me. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner McDowell, you need a round 2. I don't see any other lights on.
And these are hopefully quick and easy questions. In the Exhibit B, there is a policy number 2-7-22 that is slated to be deleted. And I'm curious, why is it being proposed that we delete that the developer shall work closely with the city to redevelop the tree canopy within this area, blah, blah, blah? Why is that proposed to be deleted if this is?
So much of the language and the policies in the comprehensive plan is either very general or too prescriptive. The Unified Land Development Code will require landscaping, landscape buffers, minimum trees for new development across the board in the city. So the language in that particular policy, in our opinion, is not necessary for incorporation in the comprehensive plan, as it will be required and is currently required in some manner in the current Unified Land Development Code provisions. You cannot build a commercial development without planting a tree, without planting multiple trees.
But I thought based on previous conversations, the comp plan is like the hierarchy and the ULDC works together, but underneath the comp plan. So to me, and I can only speak for myself, this is an important policy to keep in there.
So you'll see in the policy immediately above, which is renumbered 2.7.16, that provides direction to the city to adopt land development regulations, including requiring appropriate landscape buffers. So I think what we're trying to explain here is that the policies in the comprehensive plan should not be so general that you can't possibly measure them. So we're incorporating provisions that direct the city to adopt land development regulations. So as we go through the comp plan in future years to measure our progress, we can actually point to, yes, we did adopt these land development regulations. We are providing for tree canopy pursuant to landscape buffer requirements and the land development regulations. Again, as I mentioned before, Commissioner McDowell, we're happy to make any changes that the commission directs us to make as far as this amendment is concerned.
Yeah, and that 16 doesn't address trees, and it's only regarding the single-family developments. So I really would like to see number 22 kept in there, because it's talking about the tree canopy and increasing the tree canopy and working with the developer on that. The other question I have is, based on this, this FAR of, I think it's what, 0.2, what would be the maximum square footage allowed?
136,778.
Say that again, 136.
778.
136,778.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay. And What was PZAP's recommendation? I know they just had their meeting. I believe it was on Thursday. What was their recommendation, please?
The Planning and Zoning Advisory Board unanimously recommended that the commission approve this ordinance. They had one Scrivener's error to correct the removal of the word shall in one of the policies, which was corrected and uploaded to the commission agenda.
Where was that at, ma'am? Sorry, I didn't get anything about PZAP on it.
The correction was in policy 2.7.16. It read, the city will adopt land development regulations to minimize impacts to existing single-family development, including shall requiring. So shall was deleted.
So is shall supposed to be deleted or added back in?
Deleted, and it was updated on the packet,
Okay.
uploaded
Thank you.
for commission.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, I see your name up there. Do you have more questions, or do we just need to clear the iPads?
I guess you have to clear it, but no,
Okay, are you done, Commissioner McDowell?
I am, thank you, Mayor.
You are welcome. City Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
Do you know Enoch? Please do not change our comprehensive plan just to meet a developer's vision and agenda. This is so out of order. The developer should be working to meet the vision we have all agreed upon for the city, not the other way around. I support low-intensity development at the Springs and the 2019 Kimberly Horn Plan. I also support a serious investigation into City Manager Fletcher and his pattern of undermining the commission and acting without proper authority. I do not believe he has the best interest of the people or the city at heart. Kay White. So many questions. Is the city manager working to benefit the Northport citizens? Why didn't he tell the 100+ citizens at the workshop meeting how the P3 would benefit them? Will he today? Why, after 3 hours of citizens' objections, did 4 commissioners vote for greater density? Have any cost studies been done? What are the Northport citizens receiving for deeding 81 acres of their land and $9 million taxpayer dollars to this new LLC? Is it being sold? How much is going into city coffers? Why was Jill Luke at the January workshop seeking rezoning for greater density? Is the P3 planning on selling off the property to enrich their wealthy backers? Can you say investors when they're not investing anything, or are they, and what? Who's paying for the infrastructure needed? Who is liable if the ground collapses? Northport taxpayers? Can't imagine an insurance company writing a policy for all that building. It is a sinkhole. Was there a question to the survey about how the Northport citizens feel about higher taxes to pay for developers' infrastructure? As a park, Warm Mineral Springs pays for itself and makes money. What assurances do Northport citizens have with this deal? Was the survey paid for by the citizens? Does it represent the issues or just providing justification for what the city is planning to do anyway? Is the city manager acting in the Northport citizens' best interest? I need a lot more information to believe that. I oppose ordinance number 2023-18. I oppose rezoning or any amendment changes to Activity Center 7. Jasmine Bowman. The land all around the creek that flows out of Warm Mineral Springs should never be considered for anything beyond low-density development. Manatees rely on that outflow as the only warm water manatee refuge in Southwest Florida, so the preservation of the springs and protection from pollutants and aggravations is crucial for their well-being and survival. In person, we have Jeffrey Scott, followed by Robin San Vicente and James Strausser.
The politically driven P3 partnership approved by the Northport City Commission has not allowed for any opposing views, opinions, or talking points put forward by resident stakeholders who support the continuation of Warm Mineral Springs in a less intrusive manner, much like it is today. From my point of view, simply fast-tracking a P3 proposal development plan will not produce a viable solution or a cost-benefit analysis favorable to the public interest or even in the continuation preservation of Warm Mineral Springs Park. If preserving the legacy of Warm Mineral Springs Park is important to today's audience, whether it be in the gallery, online, or beyond, then you have no greater ally in one another in your public park. Warm Mineral Springs has no greater asset than each one of you. Let me remind the Northport City Commission, Warm Mineral Springs green open spaces create a connection between city residents and their public park, as should a strong collective voice secure a seat at the stakeholder table and an opportunity to be heard and affect change that is beneficial to all concerned, not just the P3 partnership. The current state of our city is turbulent, to say the least, and it is up to all of us to calm the sacred waters of Warm Mineral Springs and put a stop to the reoccurring themes, tides of misfortune that continue to place our public park, Warm Mineral Springs, and its surrounding habitat in harm's way from an intrusive and overbearing P3 development plan. Thank you.
Hello again, Robin San Vicente. Okay, so looking at 7 and 7A, the reason that we're looking at 7A is because of 7, Warm Mineral Springs, because they're joined together. So it looks like we're just trying to accommodate a development plan that nobody wants. We'd like the 2019 Park-like plan, and we want to have the parcels that continue up Ortiz Boulevard reserved as well. The problem we're having, in addition to that, is all the definitions that are in these comprehensive plan change amendments. Words like shall, maybe, should, open spaces. What's the definition of an open space? What definitions of open spaces are for one particular parcel, but the sensitivity of the Warm Mineral Springs parcel and the surrounding parcels on Ortiz Boulevard should have conservation restrictions, not open spaces. You rezone open spaces. You're rezoning open spaces now, Warm Mineral Springs. And now the parcels on that are 7A, they're attached to each other. You can't just do 7A and then tell us, well, we're just going to leave 7 alone. No, you're not, because you're looking and entertaining a P3 now. They're joined together. It's sensitive parcels. Let's go in your backyard and stick a boutique hotel in your backyard that's 2 stories so you can wave to everybody on the 2nd floor. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants it. Annex the whole Warm Mineral Springs community to the city of Northport. Go back and speak with the county and see if there can't be some kind of a joint partnership that you can now do that didn't work in the past. So we can finally address the Warm Mineral Springs community as a whole and get it into the city of Northport. I can go on and on, but I got more later. Thank you.
James Strausser, Warm Mineral Springs resident. Good afternoon, commissioners and city staff. In regard to the Warm Mineral Springs ordinance changes, I oppose the changings that are occurring. Low density is what the citizens have requested time and time again. Taking that away entirely and increasing it to medium density is not acceptable in the citizens' eyes. Increasing the commercial footprint while taking away the specific verbiage of walking areas, transit areas accessible to all while being pedestrian friendly makes no sense. Although it does when you read deeper in between the lines and see that the amount of public recreation in that zone is being reduced for more commercialization. These zoning changes do not need to take place. The citizens have already proved what they wanted back in 2015. If any of these changes should have taken place, in my opinion, it would be after I could review what the citizens have requested in an unbiased survey that is not worded towards increasing development, allowing the factual numbers to be the questions on the survey. An example, would you like to have 30% of the property recreation or 20%? simple, easy yes or no. This can assist with the understanding of what the community is actually requesting of this area. Does the commission know if these numbers are even evaluated on community numbers of 80,000 right now or the future numbers of 250,000 in the not so distant near future? In 10 years from now, when the final build-outs have taken place and the city does not have enough green space to match Florida statutes, will this be approved? This is not just one example of many defaults a normal concerned citizen can find in these documents. Once again, putting the cart before the horse, let's change the verbiage for the master utility plan so that no submissions have taken place from the department. What exactly is this master utility plan for the area, and has this been reviewed publicly so the citizens can voice their personal opinions on this matter prior to any rezoning? On policy 2.715, Manatee may use this tributary, quote unquote. This is incorrect. The manatees 100% use this tributary, and the FWC is in process of removing sediment to allow the manatees to seek refuge in the spring's runoff. All departments of the city need to approve in the surrounding areas of this policy change prior to approval. The FWC, Florida Gulf Coast, Coastal Heartland, National Estuary, Partnership, Manatee Rescue, Milk Marine, Outstanding Florida Freshwater Springs, just to name a few. How can we be even sure that the Little Salt Springs and Warm Mineral Springs are not connected? What factual evidence can be proven to the public citizens that they do not impact each other? What happens if they are connected and one becomes destroyed or dried up? The hydrology reports, geological survey, and environmental reports, animals, native plants should all be made public prior to any voting or rezoning of this area. Can you please ask the city manager to post what businesses have been proposing the bids to establish the information needed for the commission to make their decisions publicly? You have the ability to assist in a process that will help the generations to come enjoy a beautiful and amazing oddity in the world, or you can choose to pave over paradise and put up a parking lot. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's it. Okay, at this point, I'm closing the public hearing and requesting a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Get things going here. Sorry. I move to approve the transmittal of ordinance number 2023-18 and related documents to the State of Florida Department of Economic Opportunity and continue this ordinance to a second reading on a date to be determined.
We have a motion on the floor made by Vice Mayor White to approve the transmittal of ordinance number 2023-18 and related documents to the State of Florida Department of Economic Opportunity and to continue the ordinance to second reading on a date to be determined. Do I hear a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, based on the public comment that we've heard time and time again, 7 is separate from 7A. 7 is all publicly owned. 7A is privately owned. I could support this motion, and I'm going to try an amendment to have 2 separate columns to remove that question that appears now based on this document, that it's together. There is little a's in this column, but unless you are familiar with how this all works, 7 and 7A appear to be jointly together. So if I may, Mayor, I'd like to make an amendment, see about making an amendment to the motion to have staff create a separate column designating it as Activity Center number 7A.
We have an amendment on the floor made by Commissioner McDowell to instruct staff to create a separate column labeled 7A. Is there something more to that, Commissioner?
No, I think it's pretty clear and concise.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, anything more to that?
Can we ask questions about that or no? But I just want to know if I can ask a question about that.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just wondering what would be the, other than, I don't know how to put this.
It's for clarity.
It's for
Vice Mayor.
clarity. I just wanted to know what would be the ramifications of that. Are there any unintended consequences? And when we deal with the public portion, that's, I don't know. Is that anything I should be concerned about or no?
I think the question is, are there any implications or ramifications of splitting out that column now that could adversely impact progress on this?
Creating a separate column and establishing 7A as its own activity center will require some other amendments to the exhibits, specifically footnotes that refer to the two distinct areas, AC7 and then Area A, and some language in the policies as well. Those changes could be made fairly simply. As far as any unintended consequences, I can't think of any at this moment as to, public perception or public interaction. But know that if the commission votes on the motion as presented, staff will make whatever modifications necessary to the remainder of the exhibit to provide for consistency with the table.
Is this work that would be done anyway as we roll through the activity centers?
Yes and no.
I love clarity in answers.
Yes, no, the presentation of the comprehensive plan moving forward is going to be much different than what you see in this Section 2 of the future land use element in the future. But these edits are not substantial. We will make them, and we can make them even prior to the transmittal to the state.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Barnes. Does that help, Vice Mayor?
It does. Thank you for allowing me.
Okay, so we have the amendment on the floor to add 7A as a separate column made by Commissioner McDowell and seconded by Commissioner Emmerich.
If I may, real quick, Mayor?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I just, when I made the motion, the intent was that staff would make the necessary changes for 7 and 7A prior to submittal, to transmittal to the state. If it would be okay, we can add that direction to staff if you guys want that prior to the transmittal. I thought that it was kind of understood, but we can clear it up and make it even more clear if that is the will of the board. If it's okay the way that it is, then we can just go ahead and take a vote.
So we're trying to amend the amendment?
No, it's not.
I mean, what I heard was that these changes will be made prior to submittals. So that was my assumption also, Commissioner. And if everyone else is comfortable with that, we'll leave the amendment as it stands. Yes?
Thank you.
Okay, let's vote on the amendment.
Boy, this computer does not like you.
No, it does not. It does not. It's just not picking me up at all. It's showing here.
Maybe we just do voice vote.
Voice. Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
And
I'm a yes also, and Mayor, I do have one more I'd like to attempt.
Well, we haven't finished with the motion,
No,
so.
it's an amendment to the motion.
Okay. So let me just say for the record that the initial amendment to separate 7A out as its own column in the documentation passed unanimously.
So Mayor, I'd also like to see about making an amendment to the motion in regards to policy number 2.7.22. Currently, it's regarding Area 7A, talking about the tree canopy. And I know that staff said that it's kind of captured in 2.7.16, but it's not. I would like to make an amendment to unstrike policy number 2.7.22 and relabel it as policy number 2.7.17.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Go ahead, Commissioner Emmerich.
I have a question for staff. Do those numbers jive for what the commissioner has proposed? I just don't want it overlapping into another set of numbers that may already be reserved.
If that proposal would assign policy 2.7.22 a number of 2.7.17, it would be acceptable.
Okay, that's all I wanted to make sure of. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor made by Commissioner McDowell, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich, to unstrike and include policy number 2.7.22 and to be assigned policy number 2.7.17. And my iPad is stuck, so I'm going to do another voice vote. Commissioner McDowell?
I'm a yes.
Commissioner Stokes?
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
I just want to clarify, that's in addition to, or that's in place of?
Oh.
The 2.2 and the 1.7.
1.7 currently as it is does not exist. 2.2 is struck.
Okay,
So I'm asking them to unstrike it and create it as 0.17.
okay.
And reassign it.
I'll make sure that, okay, that's
Okay.
good.
And your vote is?
Yes, thank you.
And Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
Okay, so that amendment passes unanimously.
Thank you.
So back to the original motion. Who made it?
I did.
Okay, and who seconded? Thank you.
For discussion.
Okay, so restate your motion.
It was to approve the transmittal of ordinance number 2023-18 and related documents to the State of Florida Department of Economic Opportunity and continue to second reading on a date to be determined.
If there's nothing more to that, I'll take a voice vote. Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Commissioner McDowell?
Yes.
Okay, the original motion passes unanimously.
Good job, guys.
Okay, moving on to resolutions. This is a quasi judicial hearing. City Clerk, would you read the resolution by title only and swear in those wishing to provide testimony?
Resolution number 2023-R-30, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, vacating a portion of the 20-foot utility and drainage easement on the northeasterly bound of Lot 16, Block 248, 8th addition to Port Charlotte subdivision, providing for findings, providing for recording, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Can everyone wishing to provide testimony please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Time for ex parte. Commissioner McDowell?
None.
None.
Commissioner Stokes? I have none. Vice
Nothing,
Mayor?
Nothing.
Commissioner Emmerich?
No, ma'am.
All righty. City Clerk, do we have any aggrieved parties for this item? Let's move on to presentations.
Good afternoon, Carl Benj, AICP, Planning and Zoning Department. I have been sworn. The applicants were notified, however, they are not present. So today we're talking about 2432 Pretzel Lane, the vacation of a platted rear easement with resolution number 2023-R31. This is petition number VAC 23020. I think I have the wrong one.
Yeah. It was like, this
That
looks
was the
familiar.
last
We
one.
already did this.
Sorry about that. Here we go. So we're here talking about Satinette Lane partial vacation of the platted rear easement with resolution number 2023-R30. This is petition number VAC 22197. Here we go. The applicant is Hans Benzer of Flamingo Pools and Work Incorporated. The property owner is Daniel and Cynthia Mora, and the request is to vacate a portion of the platted rear 20-foot utility and drainage easement to allow a pool deck and cage to remain. The location is 2296 Sadnet Lane, Lot 16, PID included, and the property size is .728 acres or 31,692 square feet. So they're requesting to vacate a portion of the platted rear 20-foot utility and drainage easement to allow a newly constructed pool deck and cage to remain. Based on the vacation of easement survey dated January 26, 2023, the pool area is currently encroaching approximately 6 inches on the rear 2 corners and 1.2 inches at the center point into the easement. The site plans provided with the building permits number 214208, the pool deck, and 216996, the pool cage, indicate that the pool and deck did not encroach into the easement and met the minimum setback of 20 feet. Both permits were approved and issued. Subsequently, the as-built survey submitted to finalize the permits found that the pool was located inside the 20-foot rear easement, and the pool permits can only be closed once the easement encroachment is resolved. The following agencies have reviewed the request to vacate the portion of the platted rear 20-foot maintenance easement and through written response have granted their approval. No issues or concerns were raised regarding this request. Again, AmeriGas and Comcast did not answer the letter within 10 days, so no objection was submitted in their place. Vacation of easement was reviewed and approved by staff for conformance with the Florida Statutes, Chapter 177. Vacation easement was reviewed and approved by staff for conformance with the ULDC Chapter 53 zoning regulations. The Planning and Zoning Division recommends approval of petition number VAC 22-197 via resolution number 2023 R30. I'll answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. I'm sure you have no rebuttal.
I have no rebuttal.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this item, City Clerk? Okay, then I'm opening up the floor to commissioner questions, and my iPad still appears locked, so we'll have to do it by hand. Commissioner McDowell.
You said permits were already issued and inspection was completed?
Yes, and that's when it was found that it was encroaching. So
It
if
was
you,
found encroaching at inspection or at permit?
at inspection. Permitting was approved because it met the setbacks. So here was the application for the pool, and it met the 20-foot setbacks.
Can you bring that back up, please?
So here's the permit that was submitted with the pool. And so it shows that it meets the 20-foot setbacks. However, the as-built for the pool shows that it's encroaching here. And if you notice, the parcel has a bit of a bow in the back. And so that's how we think ultimately, this happened. It's only 6 inches. If you look here, it's 6 inches in the corner and 1.5 inch on the side. So they made a straight line on a curved area, basically.
Understandable. But part of the inspection process isn't, hey, here's your permit, they go build a pool, and then they come and inspect it when it's done. Don't they have to inspect it
So there's multiple
periodically
stages, absolutely.
So why wasn't it caught during those?
So the last stage is to pour a pool deck, and that's the part that's encroaching. So that was the last inspection, was the pool deck.
Oh.
So the
it's
pool
not
itself, it's not the pool itself. No, it's the
Okay.
pool deck. I
Gotcha.
apologize.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
That cleared it up.
Okay, I am without a monitor here, so if there are other questions, please indicate by voice or hand. All righty, seeing no further questions, closing arguments?
I have nothing.
All righty, then I'm closing this public hearing and requesting a motion.
Make a
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 2023R-30 as presented.
On the floor to adopt resolution number 2023-R-30 as presented, made by Commissioner McDowell and seconded by Commissioner Stokes. So wait a minute. So
That's
let's
not going to work.
vote. Yours is still jammed. Let's just do a hand vote then, Commissioner McDowell.
Yes.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Yes.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes unanimously 5-0. Okay, moving on to general business. I don't think I've missed anything. Item 230692, City Manager, this is your item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On this item is discussion and possible direction regarding changes to the city fee structure, Appendix A, to the code of the city of Northport, Florida, including but not limited to building fees, fire rescue fees, police fees, parks and recreation fees, facility rental fees, solid waste fees, utility fees, and road and drainage fees. As we move forward to develop our budget for fiscal year '24, we are reviewing the fees, and we have proposed some changes that would allow for our fees to increase to meet up with some expenses. At the same time, we are proposing these fees to be incorporated into the citywide fee ordinance. We do have our finance team as well as our Parks and Recs team to answer any questions, especially regarding the proposals to the Northport Aquatic Center.
Okay, thank you, City Manager. I'm opening up the floor to commission questions, and I guess we're going to continue to do this manually. So Commissioner McDowell, go ahead.
So I think my biggest question is I've seen throughout this is the last increase was prior to and then a year. And an analysis comparison to local market rates was done. And I'm curious, local market rates could be beneficial to the city or it could be detrimental to the city. And I really think that we should be making sure that our staff and that there's data justifying these increases to how much time, energy, and resources our staff is subjecting to this type of inspection, as opposed to, hey, other cities are charging this amount, we're going to charge that amount. I always thought that they had to be justified based on what our staff actually spends.
If I may, Commissioner, may I phrase that into a question?
And it was a question.
I didn't hear a question.
Okay, so my question is, how are we arriving at this without the justification of actual staff time spent?
And are you talking about a fee specifically, or are you talking about the overall process?
No, there's a whole bunch of fees that say the last increase was in 2014, and based on local market rates, that's why they're raising the rates.
So
legally-
let me ask it slightly differently. What's the methodology we used to increase the rates?
They did a market analysis. I'm asking for the justification of time spent for each one of those increases based on the market analysis.
The question makes an assumption that is not accurate. There are certain fees like building fees that we are not allowed to particularly profit from. We must, the idea is to replenish the city for what it spends, but there are other fees where we are allowed by law to earn revenue from.
Go ahead, Deputy Chief.
Nick Hurley, Deputy Chief Fire Rescue. As far as the fire rescue fees, we have existing fees that some of them had not been updated or changed since 2014. So that's reflected in our fee schedule information. We did look at local jurisdictions. Englewood, Venice, and Sarasota were the comparables that we used in the area. And then we aligned any changes with the proposed fee schedule to more match what the other jurisdictions in the area were doing. Some of them in the list, I think, were 2020 changes. Not all of them were 2014. So some we hadn't adjusted since 2020. So as far as changing fees from a previous schedule to changing the dollar amount, that kind of answers what our methodology was to propose the fee changes that are in existence right now, or the categories that exist right now. We did have some on here that are brand new that we have not had a fee for previously, and if that's a separate question, we can answer that.
Question.
Yep.
So going back to that answer, thank you for that. So I'm going to pick on one here. It's an inspection for an LP fuel tank hazardous storage tank. And the last increase was in 2020, and you want to increase it to $100 for each, I guess, inspection. Okay. What if when you get out there and you do your inspection and you're paying the employee, I don't know, $75 an hour, and the inspection takes 2 hours, and then you have travel to and from, and you have resources, meaning gas and vehicles, you're shortchanging yourself. That's what I'm looking for. That's where I'm trying to determine, are we not charging enough? Are we charging too much? We could go by market rate all day long. Doesn't make it cost effective for actually performing the job at hand. That's where I'm going with it. And I'm hoping you might be able to elaborate a little bit more.
Well, I can turn it over to the fire marshal. This is Pete Merity, our fire marshal. So a lot of the research behind the fee changes or the proposed fee changes were he and his staff. But beyond that, any of the inspections, for us to have a flat charge, it aligns with, we don't necessarily know where some of these inspections are going to be. So we might do a tent inspection off Toledo Blade. We might do an LP inspection, right across from the fire station. So having in the fee schedule all of these minute differences does make it a very convoluted and difficult fee schedule to follow. So when we just choose a fee schedule, we know that inherently there are some services that we provide that we may have to drive a little bit farther for one than the other, but it's all within the municipal boundary of the city. So we're just traveling within the city. Sometimes they might be doing inspections where they just left one location and they moved to the other. And there's no real data that shows, well, we're not driving back to City Hall to turn around and make that trip again. So we just choose flat rates. It makes it easier for those that are tracking along with the fee schedule. And it also makes it easier for us to track the fees that we are charging.
So, and I appreciate the expense part of it as far as the travel time and the expenses on the wear and tear of the vehicles. But have you actually sat down and looked at how much time is spent at the site for each one of these inspections?
I don't believe we have, unless
Peter Marietti, Northport Fire Marshal. We do track that. We didn't have that ability previously, but with Mobilize, we're able to track the amount of time. And an inspector cannot sign off on the inspection unless he fills in the amount of time, which most of the time when we track it, the minute we leave the station or the other appointment that you have, and then we travel and move on to the next one. So we do track it. We just haven't incorporated it into the fee schedules. We try to make it as simple and to keep with the other communities. Us going further, I've tried to do that because I would like to see us get our money's worth, the city get their money's worth. I agree with that. However, small increases at a time. That's where I'm at personally, how I'm trying to do this.
Yeah, our first start was, where are we in comparison? And how can we bring our service level up and the fees that we charge to just kind of align with those around us. So moving from 2014 to 2024 without any fee changes in nearly a decade, we were looking to just bring it up and match that.
Excellent. The other question I have is your new fee schedule for inspections.
Annual
Goodness
inspections.
sakes, I thought for sure you guys were already charging for inspections. Holy moly.
We have not. This is something. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm just curious. So if you come out to a business and you do an inspection and the bill is, I don't know, $100, and they don't pay for that inspection, what are the consequences of non-payment? I mean,
We're looking into what some of those options are. Currently, it's considered soft billing, which is similar to how we do with EMS. But we've looked into what other jurisdictions do, but specifically, we are still in the process of looking what the city can do, that if we charge that fee and someone is delinquent in the payment, kind of what those next steps are. It would likely be that it'll eventually land with legal and what is the parameters, what's the process, how do we do it? But for now, what's in the proposed, it would still be that soft billing. We would send out the bill and remind them on a continuous basis that there are still fees to be paid.
well, hopefully you guys will come up with a plan
We
that
sure will.
there would be some teeth to having those inspections. It's a life safety thing, not just for the employees at that business, but the surrounding area. Thank you for
Yes, we
that.
agree. We do inspections every year. I do want to clarify that.
Of course.
Yeah, yes.
But
This
you
is
used to do it for free,
correct.
and now you're going to
Correct.
charge.
Yes.
And I
Yeah.
want to make sure that people aren't taking
Yes.
advantage of that.
Correct.
And again, that was a fee that was, other communities around us
Mhm.
are doing that. And we're just getting into doing this. This is the third year, I believe, or fourth year that I've proposed it.
Thank you. I think I am winding down, Mayor. Oh, this is a big one. Parks and Rec. Sales tax.
Are there any more for fire?
No, you're done for me. I don't know about the others. Thank you so much. So I was sitting up here when we had a fee, and then we had to change it to include sales tax, and we had a big discussion, is this fee including sales tax or not including sales tax? And we were told we had to put it in our ordinance that it was, what was it? It was 93 cents and then 7 cents sales tax. And it had to be broken down in our ordinance, in our fee schedule in that manner. And now we're hearing, no, it doesn't. So I'm kind of, why?
I
Why the
don't have that
change?
answer for you. I just know that it does not need to be in there, and so we were trying to clean up the fee schedule by not including it. It still has to be charged or collected. So our advertisement that goes out will say that it includes sales tax. It just doesn't need to be in the document.
Okay, so the admission fee that we're charging, the $6 or whatever it is going to include sales tax?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I was trying to hopefully avoid, is having all these pennies trading. Thank you.
We are too.
And I believe, one more, let me check one more, Mayor, because I don't see any other lights on. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. I also am not seeing any lights on. Oh, Commissioner Stokes.
Yeah, the only comment I wanted to make on this entire rate structure thing here is that this is going to come before commission prior to the overall city budget being approved, as I understand it during my staff briefing. And I'm just concerned, as Commissioner McDowell touched on, that we don't leave anything on the table here. We have increased costs. We're going to hopefully try to keep our millage rate flat. I would hate to see us approve a set of rates across the board here that are less than what they might need to be and force us to have to address other types of increases as we go into the budget process. So the coordination of these two things is important to me. And I don't want to feel as if just simply looking at what market rates were or what neighboring communities are is the determining factor. We need to charge what we need to charge to cover the costs of providing these services and see to it that it doesn't eat into our overall budget. That's just an observation, a concern, and I hope staff, as I raised in my staff briefing, I just hope everybody bears that in mind as we move forward towards the budget process, because we're going to need to find dollars everywhere we can.
Yeah, I think I would agree that we need to be cost aware when we set these fees. And I suspect we would all agree that we want to make sure we're at least, getting the cost of providing a service. But I also heard someone mention that a strategy of sort of steady and incremental fees could very well be much more palatable to the community than a big slam of an increase. So just so long as we're very aware that we just don't match what other communities are doing, but that we also set our fees based on an awareness of what it really costs to deliver that fee, I think that's something we'd all like to see. Okay.
Got one more, Mayor.
Okay, go
We have
ahead.
to have a discussion about the pool and the rates on the pool. They gave us a few different options.
Oh, right.
Good catch.
Go ahead.
So
Yep.
I don't know if they're planning to give a presentation or.
We have the same attachment that's in the item in Legistar, if you want to go through that. Parks and Recreation has put in an increase to the aquatic center fees in the budget for fiscal year '24, but we wanted to kind of see where commission was at with those rates. There was a lot of discussion when we first set the rates, and we do have a projection to show if we really wanted to cover all our costs, what that fee would have to be. And generally, if Heather, if we could have the PowerPoint on, I would appreciate it, please. Thank you. So the option one, this is what we went with in our proposed fiscal year 24 budget. It's basically a $1 increase to the admission and pass fee, or a 10% approximate increase to resident, and a $2 or a 20% increase to the passes for non-residents. And what this will do is this will bring in additional revenue that will help us to remain where we're at currently. This is not going to further decrease the impact to the general fund. It's just going to keep us where we're at now with the rising costs of chemicals and different materials that we need at the aquatic center. The option two is the same for a resident, and it's just taking that non-resident down to a 10% basically increase instead of 20. If there was any interest in doing that. And this option three, we're not considering this, just to put that out there. This is what it would cost if we wanted to charge a fee that would cover the cost to operate the aquatic center. We would be going from $8 to $21 for adults for daily admission, and we'd be going to $32 for non-residents for daily admission. We did not apply that to the passes because that takes the passes really way far out of anybody's reach. So we left those the same, but that's where we would be if we wanted to cover those costs. And you'll see that those are closer to some of the fees that are charged by other entities. And this is just some historical data on just the pass and admission sales revenue. And then the benchmarking that we do every year for comparables, just to show you where those fees would be at in comparison to other aquatic centers or water parks. So if there's questions we can answer, we're happy to do that.
Before I open the floor, I just want to make a comment. I want to thank you for showing what the ticket prices would need to be. And now, is that for us to break even or maintain the current loss of $350,000?
That would be to break even, cover all costs.
Okay, because I think it's important for people to see what the actual benefit is in what our pricing methodology has been in the past. So thank you for that. Commissioner Stokes.
Yes, I mean, options 1 and 2 really don't do much of anything except try to stem the cost of increased costs of operation, which, you know, doesn't exactly excite me. Option 3 jumps all the way to what it would take to break even here based on increasing our fees sufficiently to do so. There's a middle ground somewhere that I would love to see where we raise the rates somewhere in the middle and then take a more aggressive approach as to events and activities and the charges or the amounts we charge for utilization for everything from swim meets to special events. I get that parks and recs should not be profit center. However, they also shouldn't be continually subsidized at the expense of all the taxpayers when we're looking at having to raise taxes in other areas across the board to keep up with our costs. And it just seems here, this is an outstanding facility. This is magnificent to pay the kind of entrance fees we pay. I mean, I gladly, and I would pay, I go there, I bring family there, I would gladly pay $2, $3, $4, $5, $6, $7 more as a resident to attend. It's that spectacular a place. It's clean as a whistle. It's enjoyable. It's a wonderful day. I just think there's a midpoint, and that's what I meant by not leaving something on the table. I want to see this aquatic center break even. I don't want to see us make money, but I want to see in a combination of fees and charges for services and events, this thing wash dollars. I think that will go a long way. Our public has cried the blues over this aquatic center for years now, that it's a money pit, and it doesn't have to be. This is spectacular. And we should charge a reasonable amount for it. For what it's worth, that's my 2 cents.
Okay, Vice Mayor Wyatt?
Yeah, the adult, I wouldn't have a problem with raising that a little, a little bit more, and the kids staying reasonable, because usually an adult, if they bring children, they're going to bring a lot anyway. And also, as far as this being a burden on the taxpayers, I think there's other things, don't we? We took over the athletic fields, correct?
We
And
did.
we don't not everybody has children who utilize that, but that shouldn't even be a factor, whether you use it or not. It adds to our community, and it's something plus. I have people that come and, they come to buy a pie, and they're saying they're on their way to the aquatic center. I mean, it's just a great facility to have. I would be more inclined to say that adult fees should be more in line, maybe for what other places charges for adults, and keep the kids a little more reasonable. So that's my feeling on that. As far as the other fees, I keep hearing that number that we haven't updated these in 10 years. It's 2014. So, right? 2014, is that what I heard?
Most.
Not your fees, I'm sorry. This is the fire and all that stuff. So it's 10 years. So whatever we decide to do, I just don't want it to drag on so that we get into 11, 12, 13 years where you don't raise fees, what they should be. So if you're saying let's put this off to a budget, then all this information that everybody wants to have, I'd like to see that at those budget meetings then, so we can make a decision for that, the fee schedule for fire and everything else.
So to address the field fees, we took those over in 21, and we had done a presentation to commission about what fees
Right.
we would charge. Sarasota County at that time was just increasing the fees for the first time, I believe, since 2008. And so we had considered moving ours up to match the county at that time, and the consensus of commission was to go midway. It would have been a $3 per hour increase. We went with $1.50. So now this year, we are recommending that we make that additional increase to match the county's rates that are charged to the youth athletic groups, as well as the adult leagues, to have all that in line.
Right, but I remember that we didn't even think about, like, now we're asking, what does it really cost to run this? I don't think we asked those questions about the athletic fields. What does it really cost? Because I remember I questioned, like, you only charge $3 for a whole hour
Even
or
with the
something?
increase that we're proposing, it will not cover the cost of maintaining and
Right.
prepping and lining fields.
Mhm.
It's not, and if we priced it that way, the youth athletic groups
Right.
would not be able to afford it.
Right, okay. All right, thank you, that's it for me.
Okay, I'm just going to jump you, Commissioner
That's fine.
McDowell, because Commissioner Emmerich has not spoken yet,
Oh,
so
she had a chance before already.
he did, yes.
Can you bring your slides up again, please, real quick? You had said that you had recommended either 1 or 2, but number 3 was not an option on what you were suggesting.
Correct.
And no, I was looking at number 3, and it's like you're looking at almost charging $74 for 2 adults, and then you add the kids, you're at $125. This ain't Busch Gardens that we're going to. This is a little aquatic center.
Right.
On-
We don't want to alienate.
Right.
And that was
visitors.
non-residents, of course, but still, I wouldn't pay that. But on 1 and 2, was 1 the bigger increase to the fees?
Yes.
Okay, because that's what I had written down. And how close, we're still gonna be, what, a couple 100,000 short?
Yes.
If it only generates about 120-ish?
With this one, we're still going to be at probably the 500,000 plus difference between revenue and expense, with the general fund subsidizing that.
Yeah, in the rears.
Mhm.
Okay, so that's what our projection is for this year, is gonna be like minus 500. Yeah, I would definitely go with option 1, but I might even tweak it, instead of $1, go by $2. I mean, $8 is not that bad for an adult. If you bump that up to $10, it makes it a little bit easier. And then if you got the kids at, what were they, 6, you're still under 30 bucks for, you know, a couple adults and a couple kids, 30, 40 bucks. And then you hit them at the concession stand, you know?
We can run any numbers. We would just like some general direction on whether you want that, you know, adult fees, youth, resident, non-resident.
Well, in my opinion, and I'll finish up with this, I'd be with option one, but tweak it a little bit more. That's where I'd be sitting at.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, and just for everybody's understanding, adult is not over 18 when we're talking about the aquatic center. If I remember correctly, an adult is 8?
Over 12, yeah.
12, okay. So it's 12 years old. And the children get in free up until 5? 2?
2.
See, this is why I wanted to.
Yeah, it's a
double
little
check it.
different structure than what we have for our other facilities.
All right. So I agree, we need to increase. We knew this was coming. We have been patiently waiting to get a full year's numbers. It's taken a very long time. Thank you, COVID. So I would be in favor of increasing it according to option 1, but going from $8 to $10 for adults and $6 to $7, keeping that for the children, on, you know, the little ones, and then increasing the non-residents $12 to $15, and then 10 to 12. But that's kind of where I'm at, because if you charge them too much here, they're not going to use it, and we're going to be paying Northport Police Department instead. And we want to give the youth the opportunity to be able to use these facilities at a cost that is fair and enticing, instead of having the kids roaming the streets. And that's kind of where I'm going at. Same thing with the fields. You didn't increase it. You just said, if you want your lines on your fields, now you're going to pay for the lines, which is time and money. As opposed to if you just want to play on the fields without having them lined, then you have, you know, the home rule kind of thing going on. So, and you make those decisions at the time. So I agree with the paying for the lined fields and keeping the other rates the same. But I think we can increase just a couple of bucks for the aquatic center. But that's my opinion, and we'll have to have that conversation as to which way to go for you guys.
Commissioner Stokes.
All I would say is, in option 1, if you could bring it back up again, shows, yeah, I mean, increasing, you're looking at the $1 increase for residents generates $58,000, non-residents 62. So if those numbers were taken up to $10 for adults and $15 for non-resident adults, potentially you're talking about $100,000 of increased revenue. That creates a pretty good cushion based on the fact that costs of everything keep going up. So going up only $1 here, all the attempt is to do nothing more than cover the increasing costs of operation. $500,000 loss is what this aquatic center generates, $500,000 loss. And I agree, aquatic center, the parks, the fields are all quality of life issues. I understand that. But at the same time, if we can make $100,000 dent by increasing it a couple of dollars for the adults, I don't think anyone's going to have a problem paying that. The kids can stay lower. My feeling is, you know, one way or the other, the cost of running this city is so many dollars. So if you don't increase it here, we're going to increase it somewhere else. We can only operate this city in total based on the amount of dollars we get from our citizens, no matter how we tax them. So I say, perhaps those that use it and enjoy it and are probably very willing to pay that extra couple of bucks, maybe that's the right way to go. It's just a thought, again, to consider as we go forward. This is a serious budget year we're looking at. This is not going to be an easy job to be able to bring this budget in for this city without increasing our property taxes and a lot of other fees. And people need to really understand what we're looking at here. So, I especially don't want to vote on all these fees well before we get into the budget process and then find we're still short money. So every little dollar helps, that's all. But please, nobody should question the fact that I truly embrace the idea that all our parks and recs are quality of life, and they should not be profit centers. I get that, but there has to be some reasonable reimbursement of cost. That's all.
And before I give other folks their second and third rounds, my comment would be I'm definitely an option one gal. It might surprise you to have me say I wouldn't want to bump up the fees anymore for Northport residents, but I would not be adverse to bumping it up for non-residents, particularly the season passes. So if we need to do some bumping, that's the area that I would bump. Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, the other thing is we didn't talk about family passes. Well, if we increase the resident rates just a couple bucks and non-resident rates, like $2 or $3, I would be interested in seeing how that would affect the passes, because maybe while we increase single day rates, we may decide to keep the pass rates the same for residents. I don't know. I definitely see future conversation at budget time on this subject, but I'm looking at trying to get an understanding of what, if we increase it to the $10 for residents, what does that look like for the passes? And what would it look like if we kept the passes the same? Because I think it would be more enticing to families to say, we're going to get a pass.
We can show those numbers.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I like that too. Commissioner Emmerich.
Yeah, I was on the same line. I was looking at the family passes. How is that year round for 1 year? Is that a full year pass?
That is, the seasonal pass is not. That seasonal pass is the
That's
one
for
that, the
snowbirds?
competition pool.
Only for the pool. Oh, the pool.
Yeah, but the family pass is for a year.
Correct.
Okay, and that number. Yeah, I would look at tweaking those. What's the matrix that you come up with on if you got $8 per day, but yet it's X amount for the whole year? How do you figure that out? Because if we were to adjust the other number to say $10 a year, then you could do the seasonal pass by that same type of configuration. See what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because if it's still the same amount in fairness, but if we get an extra $50 off of those and we've got 100 passes out there, that's $5,000.
We'll run the numbers on we can come back with a couple different scenarios and.
I think you're pretty much getting the gist on where we're leaning towards. We're just not quite sure on give you specifics.
Right.
But yeah, we definitely want to increase number one and see what you guys can come up with. That's all I had, Mayor. I just wanted to check out the passes.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Emmerich. I still have 2 names on my board. Are we done? All righty.
Do you need a formal motion or consensus or anything?
I don't
This
think
was
so. There's
information?
still work to be done. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. City Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item? Okay, and we don't need a motion. Work in progress. So let's move on to 23-0768. City Manager, this is your item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is discussion and possible action regarding potentially amending the City of Northport Unified Land Development Code to allow temporary housing options inside city limits and potentially declaring a housing emergency due to Hurricane Ian. This item was submitted by Commissioner McDowell for follow-up discussion.
Okay, before I open up the floor to commission questions and reviewing these materials, a lot of the attached materials were dealing with a specific family with whom we are in litigation. I'm very reluctant to publicly discuss those kinds of things. So I'm just looking to city attorney to give this commission some guidance on how we should proceed with this item.
Yes, ma'am, this item is not related to, it's not about a lawsuit. It's not about any particular person. It's about city regulations and city policies and should be discussed in a general manner such as that.
Okay, thank you for that. So this is your agenda item, Commissioner. Do you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, so this is actually, thank you, Mayor. This is actually a continuation from the April 25th meeting when we were trying to determine, after FEMA was here and gave a presentation, trying to determine what the best way is to help our citizens. And I've heard that there's only 3 citizens that this would affect. And I have to tell you, this is far beyond just 3 citizens. There are so many citizens that are living in their homes that are filled with mold while they're trying to rebuild. And they're trying to use the resources available to them to find other temporary type housing. FEMA is one option for that housing. A lot of them might have been declined housing. Maybe they figured, hey, the city's not going to allow me to do this anymore, so I'm not even going to pursue it. I mean, every single person sitting in this room has a bandwidth on how they can handle things. And sometimes it's just easier to just live in the conditions they're living in than to pursue and fight for some kind of other adequate housing. I have done a lot of research on this emergency housing and temporary housing in our city. And our code is quite clear. We can enact a housing emergency, and it would allow temporary housing in our city. And I know that staff had sent an email to FEMA, and it says the City Commission did not declare a housing emergency under the code following Hurricane Ian, which is true. First off, shame on me, I didn't even look that that was an option. My bad. But they went on to say specifically because the city preferred not to have MHUs in place on properties throughout the city. When I read that sentence, I was like, how did that even come about? How did that even get decided? Because it wasn't done here at the dais. The MHUs are like modular units, which are being used by city government for housing for office space. And I don't understand why this wouldn't be an option for our citizens to be able to utilize, whether it's 330 or 300 or 3,000. I have a few questions about declaring a housing emergency, because when you look at the provisions in 53-240, the thing that staff in this memo was concerned about is resolved in the code. They only have 18 months. And then if they need longer, it has to be applied for every 6 months. So it's not indefinite. It's not like they're living in a modular unit on the front of their property. So this is just a continuation, and I'm just sharing some additional information that I learned based on my research while I was preparing this agenda item. So Mayor, I do have questions. I am introducing the item, and I will defer to you as to your best interest if you want my questions now or if you want me to get back in queue.
Well, let's sort of see what some of our fellow commissioners have to say. So Commissioner Stokes, you're first up.
Yes, I'm glad to hear since our last conversation about the subject that staff's been working hard to try to find a way to resolve this issue for those folks that have been suffering. And if staff can shed some light on this, it was my understanding that in conversations with FEMA subsequent to our last meeting, there may well be space available in Holiday Park, I believe it is, which actually allows these manufactured housing units, which would be more than adequate to support those folks who have a serious need, and without having to amend any kind of, or issue any kind of ordinances, pass any kind of ordinances. And this may be a much more expedient way of doing it, and would satisfy the need and certainly accommodate these 3 families and perhaps a number of others. And it would also help out Holiday Park. Perhaps staff could shed some light on this, and so that everybody understands
That'd be
that there
helpful
are
to
some
me.
options here.
Good afternoon, Elena Ray, Development Services Director. So staff did have discussions with the management at Holiday Park, and they do have about 50 empty spaces right now that are available where FEMA could put these manufactured homes on the property. They're already set up for that. They have cleared pad sites. They have access for utility poles. And then they have management there who can monitor the situation. So it would also be the kind of thing where somebody wouldn't have to continuously apply and wonder what they're going to do next month if they're not granted approval by the city. It also eliminates any enforcement issues since those units are already required in those locations.
Thank you, Ms. Elena.
City manager.
Point of reference, did they address the 55 and up restriction that they have there?
They would need to address that.
They can do that.
They can do that internally within their organization. But if they're willing to do that, it does help them out financially as well, and they're going through a tough time right now.
Ms. Ray, who or what would be the point of contact if someone wanted to pursue that? Who should they get in touch with?
We have the name of the management company and the contact there. So the city manager's office, I know, has that information and would be able to provide that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Commissioner Emmerich.
Yeah, don't go nowhere, please. No, I had heard about the Holiday Park as well, and it being the proper place for the modular homes. When we first discussed this, I was adamantly opposed of putting the modular homes on an 80 by 120. But one thing I did realize that other jurisdictions had allowed them in areas, and the ones that I'm thinking of are basically the people out in the estates that may have animals that they have to care for overnight, and to be displaced to like Holiday Park may not be amenable for them. But if they had a minimum of 2-3 acres, then that's plenty of room to put a modular home on. You're not right up next to your neighboring house like you would be on an 8120. So possibly working something out like that, if that need exists out there, I don't know. But it was just something that I thought about because, you know, animals are part of their families as well too. So, you know.
We have had no calls or emails or any contact from FEMA or any citizens needing that type of accommodation in the estates. The only area where we've had any inquiries are further interior to the city, down in the country club estates, and a little bit east of there, but nothing out in the estates.
Well, they were the hardest hit, yes.
Right.
And there's still trailers down through there and people living out of them. And I feel for all of them, but stacking up modulars in there, to me, just, I've gotten a lot of phone calls and a lot of complaints of people saying, no, I don't want a trailer next to my house. I know it's 18 months, but, you know.
It's 18 months and it's indefinitely renewable. FEMA does extend those frequently.
And that's up to FEMA. We have no recourse on that. If 18 months comes up and we say, hey, we want you out of there, they go, now we're going to give them another 18.
Also, not all of them are FEMA owned. There are a lot of private organizations, and there are even people who went out and bought their own travel trailers to put in their driveways rather than go to an organization or to FEMA as well.
Right, and that's fine. That's acceptable because it fits in their driveway. They're not abutting to their neighbor's property, you know. And I went to the honor flight down at Punta Gorda Airport, and you can see on the side of the road, there's hundreds of those modular homes ready to go out for people to use. So they are here. They can be put into use, you know, very quickly, but let's put them in the right spot. So that's all I had, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, you are welcome. Again, I'm just going to skip Commissioner McDowell for a minute and go to Vice Mayor because she hasn't spoken yet on this topic, and then I'll bounce back.
Yeah, good conversations, and most of you answer all my questions, so thank you. But I was concerned last time about where would you even put these? And I was told you can't put it on a driveway. That would not be permitted to have a mobile home unit sitting on somebody's driveway. And then I just want to clarify that mobile home unit has to have its own sewer and water hookup to it, or it would just be hooked into whatever they have currently on the
Mobile
property?
home units are required to either have connection to city water sewer, if that's available, or to the septic and well, but those are required to be inspected.
Right, but they would use the existing, whatever they have, if they have.
If
septic,
they have septic and
use
well,
that.
then they would, correct.
Okay.
If it's city water and septic, then there
Right.
would be connections to those.
Okay, but I guess it's just the feasibility of putting a mobile home unit, like you said, on smaller lots. Where would they even go? And then, oh yes, answer the question about the travel. We are allowing travel trailers.
We are. In a lot of the jurisdictions, they're actually requiring permits to be obtained to use those. We
Right.
have not required that. We've just.
Because of our state of emergency, is that what it is?
Correct.
Didn't
We
have
simply
that?
waived all time limitations on that.
Right.
And in some cases, they did install a power pole, and we did permit that, the power pole itself. In other cases, people bought travel trailers that can simply be plugged into their homes.
Right.
But we have not required permits for those.
Okay, and that's whether they're FEMA or non-FEMA. they're
Correct.
Permitted, okay. And I like the idea with Holiday Park. I thought that was great. I don't know who reached out to them. I'm sorry, I kind of missed that, but that was a wonderful option because they are hurting there. People have contacted me that they have a pad and they're still paying for that space, and this would really help them out as well. So thanks for all the conversation about this.
Okay, Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, so Holiday Park, I didn't know that this was being an option, so thank you for sharing that information. A couple of things that do concern me, which you kind of touched on, is it is a 55 and up community. I don't know how long it's going to take for them to change their covenants or codes or whatever they call them to allow families to be in there. Would their community be receptive to having families in there? The other thing is they pay lot rent. A lot of them, some own their lots, some pay lot rent. If FEMA was to put a trailer on one of those vacant lots, who pays the lot rent? Would it be FEMA? Would it be the?
FEMA typically pays those expenses.
Okay. And then I believe too, they pay HOA fees?
The owner of the particular lot pays HOA fees. So if they worked out an arrangement with FEMA, then obviously FEMA would be responsible for whatever the agreed upon price is between the private individual and FEMA.
The only thing is that, you know, I have to cringe when I hear, I don't know how they would put it on their own personal property lot. There's space. Some of these houses are huge, are more huge than the actual mobile home, modular home unit. So there is space for it. This is a time of an emergency, and I sure would hope that neighbors are being neighborly and extending a little bit of a concession to someone that's hurting, because, you know, they're not. So it just bothers me when people aren't kind of like that. I'm sure they would appreciate that if the shoe was on the other foot. Any idea on when somebody could be moving into this holiday park idea, or is this still so far in the future?
I think the appropriate connections are being made, and then it's between FEMA and Holiday Park.
Okay. And the city still does the inspections on the hookups and stuff?
The only thing we inspect is the electrical.
We
Other
inspect-
than that, we do inspect the electrical. Other than that, we have no authority for building inspections within Holiday Park.
And who pays for city water, city sewer? Would the user of FEMA?
Again, any costs associated with that would be, worked out with FEMA and the owner of the lot. As is typical in these arrangements, typically the people moving into the unit for emergency purposes don't pay anything. It's no cost to them, and then FEMA pays whatever is required in order for them to occupy that unit.
Thank you. Well, this is a totally different way than I was expecting this conversation to go, because I didn't know anything about the Holiday Park. So I'm grateful to hear about that today. I don't know when that started to take place, so maybe that was the good that came out of the last meeting. I don't know at this point if we should declare a housing emergency. I kind of was leaning towards that. I think at this point it might be moot. I don't know. So thank you for the information. I will continue to monitor this closely, super closely, like Gorilla Glue closely. Thank you.
City Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item? Okay.
Hello again. Just very briefly, I've been contacted by several people regarding the housing. And again, some of them are still dealing with living in shelters. And they have kids. And they're not being able to get a hold of all the services because all the services are just overwhelmed. So the trailer idea and the holiday park idea is wonderful, but who do I direct all these phone calls that I'm getting? Who do I tell them to call to get additional help? Because, I'm hearing that they've called everybody, the county, the city, and FEMA, and they're just getting the runaround. So if you could find that answer out for me so I can pass that on of who they can actually get an answer from and actually get help from to get the ball rolling, so to speak, to get them out of shelters and into, a modular or a trailer or what have you. That would be wonderful. Just let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. City Manager, could someone get with Ms. Vicente, I'm sorry,
Yes, ma'am.
and update her on the different programs? Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, and maybe if there's a flyer around here somewhere, I know the city is working with United Way of South Sarasota County, and right now they're doing a assessment and offering assistance. That might be another resource maybe they could share with her also. Thank you.
So it's seeming on this item, we're not needing a motion. So we can move on. Okay, item number.
Break.
Oh, sure we can. We can do that. It is 2:38. Let's come back at 2:48. Give it 10 minutes.
Ooh, she's generous. Yeah.
Really, you snort.
We're resuming this Northport City Commission meeting. It is 2:48. Up in the back? Thank you. Item number 23-0772. City Clerk, this is your item.
This item was requested by Commissioner McDowell to discuss with possible action regarding potential violations of the city charter and employment contract as outlined by the complaint filed by Commissioner McDowell against City Manager Jerome Fletcher. All documentation provided by McDowell was included in the agenda backup material, and I will let Commissioner McDowell state anything further.
Commissioner McDowell, I'm sure you want to talk to this item, so you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Clerk. I sincerely hope that everybody has read the complaint that I filed and the steps that I took and the advice or recommendation that was outlined by the city attorney. This is a serious matter. It's a serious matter because we have to uphold the citizens' document, which is the city charter. We also have to preserve the commission's authority and scrutinize the employment contract with the city manager. This is not a personality issue. This is a personnel issue. The charter dictates the clear roles between the city commission as the governing body and the decision makers, and the city manager as the chief administrator and manager of city affairs. I outlined the complaint in a clear and factual manner. New information has come before me based on some additional research I did after I filed the complaint, which adds a little bit more credence to the complaint. Collectively, the scenarios that I presented shows a pattern where the city manager has exceeded his authority outlined in the charter and in his agreement. I don't know, Mayor, if you want me to quickly verbalize each one of the scenarios, there's 8 of them, or if you just want to move on to other commissioners' questions or comments or whatever, I'm at the will of you guys. This is not my decision at this point. I'm bringing it forward for a discussion based on things that I have seen, based on the documents I provided, so that we can make a clear decision as to what's the best way forward. Ultimately, it's our commission's authority and the charter that really needs to be upheld. So if you want me to outline each of the 8, I will be happy to, or if you want to just move on to other people that may have comments, that's fine too.
Yeah, let's move on. I think we've all read the documents and they're attached to this agenda item for anyone else who wants to read that document. But before I open the floor for commissioner comments, I want to share my opinion that we should delay our discussion of this item to our June 6th meeting, which is a day-long meeting dedicated to addressing these issues, and that we take this specific matter up at that time. But again, this isn't just my decision. I'd like to get a sense of how my fellow commissioners would like to proceed. So I'll pick on you, Commissioner Emrich. What are your thoughts?
Which meeting did you say, the June
The
9th?
June 6th
June
meeting?
6th, is that the conflict resolution?
Resolution session, yes.
I think it's the appropriate place to discuss it, in my honest opinion.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
I think that would be a really good place to discuss it. We would have an outside, for want of a better word, mediator, someone there to monitor and to help us through this process. I think that is more in line to what we need to talk about. that goes beyond the scope of sitting here.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Stokes.
Yeah, I also feel that this is truly a matter of how we all get along and work with each other and trust each other and work together in the collective interests of the city and its citizens. So I absolutely agree. This matter should be taken up at the June 6th meeting. That's the appropriate place for it.
Okay, before I request a motion, City Clerk, do we have any public comments on
Ma'am,
this
I'd
item?
like to,
She
I-
didn't have. any
all I
time.
did was
Oh, I'm sorry.
introduce the item.
Okay, go
Yeah.
ahead. I'm sorry.
We cannot wait until June 6th. My goodness sakes, what is there to discuss? The fact of the matter is, I have presented violations to the charter and you folks want to kick the can down the road and have a discussion at another time. Why not have it here? Why not do this now? The whole purpose of the conflict resolution is to talk about personalities. This is not personalities. The conflict resolution is also to help us learn to communicate better. The conflict resolution is not to address this complaint. That's a whole different thing for conflict resolution. This complaint is before us today to see if there is action to be taken to kick this can down the road another month, and who knows if it's even going to happen on June 6th. We have a duty and responsibility to act just like the city manager has a duty and responsibility to act when something is presented to him about any one of his directors or any one of his staff. He doesn't say, hey, let's have another meeting in another month. We have to act on things. We do not kick things down the road. My goodness sakes.
City Manager, did you want to speak?
Just one brief comment, Madam Mayor. I do want to point out that when the complaint was filed with our HR department, they did react. They reacted with our city attorney as well as outside counsel. And within 24 hours, they came back with a response to the commissioner's complaint. So I don't want that to get lost in this conversation of there was no reaction. There was a reaction. It was founded that there was not enough there for an investigation to occur. And we're still being asked for that same action that was already denied. So I just want to make sure that's clear to the public.
Okay.
Mayor, I'd like to clarify that.
Thank you.
There was not a finding. The analysis was that the resolution related to charter officer investigations that puts an onus on HR and the city attorney did not apply in this circumstance, and that would be within the commission's purview to consider.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney. So if there's nothing else, City Clerk, do we have public comment on this item? Okay.
Jasmine Bowman. Thank you, Commissioner Debbie McDowell, for representing the people of Northport. The idea of electing 5 commissioners that they should represent.
Your audio, ma'am.
It's flashing. Okay.
Jasmine Bowman. Thank you, Commissioner Debbie McDowell, for representing the people of Northport. The idea of electing 5 commissioners that they should represent.
We can't hear you, ma'am.
I can hear her.
I can barely hear her.
Only because of this.
Okay. Jasmine Bowman.
Now I
Better.
can hear you.
Thank you, Commissioner Debbie McDowell, for representing the people of Northport. The idea of electing 5 commissioners is that they should represent the people of Northport, but only Commissioner McDowell is doing that, while the other commissioners just go along with whatever staff directs. This is not what representative, transparent government looks like. Kay White. I support agenda item 23-0772. We need to openly discuss what's going on. Okay. Then we have James Strauser, does not wish to speak, but he does support agenda item 23-0772. An in-person public comment. I'll call the first 3 to come up. Robin San Vicente, Connie Bruni, and Mark Franzen.
Guess who? Thank you. It's serious because as a community, we really don't know and we don't have all the pertinent knowledge of what is transpiring behind the scenes. We know of a couple of incidences that we call into question. How did that happen? Because if it was vetted and approved by the commission and all of a sudden something happens and the commission, it should be going back to the commission for an additional discussion or decision, not skip that process. And there's a few instances that Commissioner McDowell brought up that are in her report that we also question. And we know that as a community, we've never encountered so much distrust in our elected officials until, unfortunately, City Manager, you showed up. I don't know if it's the way you operate. I don't know really what's going on, except we have all these unanswered questions. And I'm representing a whole mess load of people. It's not just me. But we need answers to these questions. We don't want to keep kicking the can down the road. We've been doing that on so many different agenda items for so many years. Now you're going to wait until June? Like Commissioner McDowell said, that has nothing to do with what's going on now. This has to be addressed now. At least it needs to be considered openly, honestly, by every commission member to give it honest thoughts, to learn more, to discover more, and then see how you're going to react to it. But you can't just keep kicking it down the road. You've got people here that are wanting answers. And we're just getting, again, more and more angry because everything just seems to just either appear that you're in line with the city manager and you're not representing us, and we're angry. So why keep kicking it down that can and getting us more and more angry and separated as a community? Because that's what's happening. We're just totally separating as a community, and we don't have any trust in what's going on with our elected officials anymore. And that needs to stop. So please do not kick it down the can again. Please at least address it today. Thank you.
You all saw that. Connie Bruni, I think if you look at my card, it says I support the opening of an investigation but didn't want to speak. But since I was called, I certainly will speak. I live in Inglewood. I own 6 homes here in Northport. So I do pay taxes here in Northport, just in case there's any question. I sincerely hope that the commission will look at opening an investigation. I think kicking this down the can is a disservice to the people that you represent. People that are represented that will be voting in Northport will know in a year that it's time for elections. Elections have consequences.
Good afternoon. My name's Mark Franson. I'm a resident of the city of Northport, and I'm here to kind of bring up just a couple of issues as I look and see what's going on in regards to our city manager. I first met Jerome the day he had the meet and greet along with the other gentleman who was running for this, or was applying for this position that they had narrowed down to. And at that meeting, Debbie McDowell and I sat in the back and spoke for a few moments, and I actually kind of agreed with her at that point in time that I was leaning more towards the other gentleman. And I don't know why Debbie was, but I can tell you why I was. The other gentleman, I believe, came from small town America, Midwest, grassroots, deep rooted person in our community, and he was a city manager. Versus this young guy from the Northeast, liberal city. I'm president of the Northport Area Republican Club and the chairman of the President's Council for Sarasota County. And knowing all of that, I came with the reason, lack of experience in comparison and location where he was coming from. And after that meeting, I left, and not knowing who they were going to vote on, a few days later, I read in the paper that they offered the job to Jerome. Well, since that, I do have to tell you, I had the opportunity to meet Jerome on a regular, ongoing basis. And some things that really stuck out to me that's important to each and every one of us is the first thing I saw him do was reach out to a Fred Towers, to a Jim Blucher, to Gene Matthews, some of the old name, stable people in our community, people who served on this very board that you serve on. And he reached out to them to get information about what to do and what not to do, how to proceed. He's reached out amongst the community. I've seen him reach, and he had many meetings throughout the community, presenting the focus that this commission has laid before him, but he has communicated it with the city. I don't really know if there's any personal, as Debbie brought up, this isn't personal, this is political.
No, it's
But I can share with you, today's society has gotten to the point in our political upbringing that Saul Alinsky said many years ago, show me the man and I'll show you the crime. And I hope and pray that isn't the direction that this board is looking to go, or a single member. Thank you, folks. Have a great day and God bless.
Justin Willis, Jeffrey Scott, and Susan Gastoni.
I don't see
I don't see him.
He has both checked off that he wished to speak, but he also supports item number 7C. Jeffrey Scott.
Good afternoon, Commission. In my humble opinion, it is presently unclear as to where City Manager Fletcher's administrative authority lies. As City Manager, he has created an environment of suspicion, mistrust, and secrecy that is unresponsive to the residents of Northport, Florida. Let me be clear, the city charter has very specific rules, regulations, and guidelines about his administrative role as city manager. The city manager knows what Article 9 of the charter entails, but for whatever reason, following the charter as outlined would perhaps weaken his administrative authority. Needless to say, City Manager Fletcher needs to be reminded who his bosses are, who ultimately decide on whether he continues his employment here. That part of the equation, I believe he understands. I certainly hope so. And on the surface, it appears to me the city manager has a deaf ear to the citizens of Northport who pay for a standard of living and quality of life. That needed to change from day one of his appointment. Thank you.
Susan Gastoni.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I just came from Warm Mineral Springs, and I think our city manager promised us to put some electricity in, and there's a generator that's been running, and it's right next to a utility pole. And I've been trying to call the Springs, and the Springs, it says that the phone service hasn't been hooked up. So I was a little disappointed to hear and see that. I talked to several people at the Springs, and they all said that they wanted it to stay green. And the other thing that I'd like to read to you that I seem to have lost it right now. I watched the news last night, and there was Mr. Fletcher on ABC 7 News. And so I wrote to one of the Facebook pages. I said, wow, I just got done listening to the news, and I see a Mr. Fletcher telling ABC 7 what Warm Mineral Springs will be according to his vision. It's as though the public has no say, and everything has been decided by him. Unbelievable. Hooray that Commissioner McDowell has the courage to call him out regarding his behavior, which is supposed to be unbiased and apolitical. It has been anything but. He is clearly following his own personal leanings and has been said many times, putting the cart before the horse. Enough is enough. The question is, will our mayor and the other commissioners step in and put an end to it? They are not far behind the city manager in their own behavior, with the exception of Commissioner McDowell, who holds to a high ethical standard and is beckoning her colleagues to follow her on this pathway and set things straight. Now, I believe that God created us all. We're all brothers and sisters, and I'd like to see us be able to communicate in an open and honest and ethical fashion. And the other thing that I believe God has called us to do is to be stewards of this earth. And let's be good stewards. I'm asking you as the commissioners have a lot of power. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, ma'am.
Here comes Justin.
Michelle Posey, resident of the city of Northport. I'd like y'all to at least look over here and pretend that you're listening. Jerome Fletcher, at least acknowledge us here as a taxpayer. It's very disrespectful. We just witnessed you completely misrepresenting council and HR's response. You misrepresented it. I read the documents. So if I can't trust you here with a bunch of eyes on you, how am I supposed to have any faith in you, sir, as my city manager? We spent how long talking about the budget with regards to an aquatic center? An aquatic center that, by the way, the taxpayers already paid for. Why do I have to pay to go use it? We want to raise rates on children wanting to go swim in summer, but yet we'll give away land to a development company for warm mineral springs. Where are our priorities? Why are we favoring developers over families? I believe this is the handiwork of our city manager, Jerome Fletcher. Excuse me. I'm in shock today when I learned that city manager Jerome Fletcher placed our outstanding springs designation on hold pending a public-private partnership of warm mineral springs redevelopment. You did not simply type a memo and with the wave of a magic wand completely undermine a resolution passed by the city commissioners. Public records indicate that it appears the city manager made this known, hit this hold status, to the mayor as well. No offense, but the mayor is ceremonious in nature as an office, and checks and balances are designed to keep a city manager who is unelected by we the people from acting as a one-off in these scenarios. According to public records, such a scenario was repeated when city commissioners were left in the dark regarding the discontinuing of warm mineral springs passes. The decision was made in March of 23, while the commission did not even get a chance to discuss it until April. I saw interviews, Mr. Fletcher, where you said to the media that you think these complaints filed against you are personal. I can't speak for the commissioners, but as a resident, I can tell you these allegations are extremely personal to me. This community has been operating with a hole in its heart as so many residents are rebuilding and many have lost so much in the wake of Hurricane Ian. Many have not been able to follow the proceedings here in these chambers, but operate out of complete faith in the system. The implications in public records suggest the system needs to remember who voted them into office. The public demands that charter rules be followed and that the commissioners, all commissioners, are satisfied with the sharing of information today. Leaders do not kick the can down the road. You do it today. Otherwise, we'll see you in 2024.
That is all we have, Mayor.
Thank you, City Clerk. I see a couple of lights on. Commissioner McDowell.
Based on what I heard from my colleagues about waiting until June, and after hearing the city manager say that action was taken based on the HR and city attorney's acknowledgement, the city attorney did say that this complaint is in the city commission's purview as a body to determine how it will analyze, address, and respond to the performance-based concerns of the charter officer, and determine whether the charter officer violated his employment contract, and determine the parameters of charter officer's authority as established in the job description and the city charter. I take that as a complete quote from the city attorney's response. My fellow commissioners, if we do nothing today regarding this complaint, we are telling the citizens that the charter and the laws do not matter. And neither does this commission's authority matter at all. And that the charter officers, I don't care who is sitting as a charter officer, can do what the hell they want. This is wrong, 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 wrong.
Vice Mayor.
I'm
Excuse me.
sorry. My light's not working either. But I just want to let you know that Justin did come in. It would be up to the board whether or not you allow him to provide the public comment or not, since he came back before it was done.
Nod or shake. I'm taking a
As well.
silent poll.
Let them speak. That's
Yeah,
what
I'm
we're
fine.
here
I'm
for,
fine.
to hear them. Sure.
Justin.
Give me 1 second.
Yes, ma'am.
Give him a 10-second penalty since he was late.
Right. I had to make it over from the high school. I was trying to. Justin Willis, Northport resident. So I think that, first of all, it's necessary for something like this to be brought to the entire commission. It was no different when it was Pete Lear. It was no different whenever it was Jonathan Lewis. It was no different than the fire chief. It's no different than the police chief, the former police chief. Anybody who has had an investigation due to their behavior, this is no different. So my only request of you guys as commissioners is to hold our city manager at the same level of accountability as we would any other department head. Please do not treat him differently. Please do not push this down the road, because it's only going to get people more reactionary. This is something that should be addressed immediately and not pushed any farther. Thank you for letting me talk. I'm the Key Club advisor at Northport High School, and we had our board meeting, and I was trying to balance the two, and I apologize for running late, but please do what you would do with any other director. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's it, City Clerk?
Yes.
Okay, Vice Mayor, your light is on.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I still am more comfortable in addressing this in June. It's the end of the day. This is a very contentious issue here. Personally, I don't agree with most of these, and to get into that at 3:16 after a long meeting day, I don't think would be really in our best interest to tackle this. I don't agree with the statement that the commissions don't matter regarding the 3P. I look at it as that the city manager knows and hears what we say, and especially when we take a vote. We voted 5-0 to pursue a 3P. That's number one. So I appreciate when we have hired somebody and we have a city manager who then takes that and runs with it and says, okay, this is what the commission wants done, and looking out for our best interests. I appreciate somebody's looking out for our interests. And these other programs in here, again, I don't want to get into it today, because these are all really good programs, and I'd rather address that on June 6th, when we can really go into detail as to that. But I don't think anybody is undermining our roles here as the commission. We have strategic planning. We went through this whole thing with the pillars and buckets, putting priorities together. So the city manager is well aware of what is our vision, what is it we're striving for. We don't meet here every single day to continue from yesterday. So that is his job to just make sure that things are in line to do that and put together the best staff to do that with. So I'm still all in favor of waiting until June 6th. Thank you.
Okay, well, I am going to pass the gavel and make a motion. I move that we delay discussion of this item to our June 6th meeting, and that we attach both this item and the backup material to the agenda of that meeting.
Can I second that? Am I allowed to second that? Yes, I am. That's right. I'll second. Repeat the motion? Yes, which is to include this material for our meeting on June 6th.
I can repeat it
Go
for you
ahead.
if you like.
Go ahead.
I move that we delay discussion of this item to our June 6th meeting and attach this item and all backup material to that agenda.
You will have to vote, voice vote, please, when you get there, just so you know.
Oh, a voice? Is that what you said? Okay. All right. I'll start with you.
Yes.
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 Commissioner McDowell?
Hell no.
Okay. There we have it. So that motion,
Yes, that motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. Okay, we are on to our last public comment. Do we have any? City Clerk?
Posey?
My apologies. I actually wanted to speak to the last point, but since you've given me a little bit of extra time, I'd just like to give my time to see if the city manager will make eye contact with me. Thank you. I do not understand why you would come up here with watchful eyes, sir, knowing that this is a time when you're probably going to be questioned and maybe even come under attack. And you would misrepresent the findings that were attached to the agenda today of what the council and what HR said when they investigated this. They kicked it down the road. You gravely misrepresented that, sir. And you can't take little mistruths and just hide them under the sand. That's not what we do here. We're in the sunshine. My heart's cry is to each and every one of you. I'm a Northport resident. I've been a resident of Sarasota County for 18 years and a resident of Manatee County before that. Nobody wants to bother to make eye contact and pay attention to the speakers here until it's election year. And we're sick and tired of that. We, the people, want a government of, by, and for the people. And kicking this down to a June 6th meeting is a dereliction of duty. Nothing says you only work to a certain hour. So do your paychecks get docked because you didn't stay late enough to handle a concern that the citizens want to hear? No, you'll still collect your paycheck and you'll still be on a ballot another time down the road. I am here to tell you, we the people do not have a short attention span or a short memory. And I will remember this. And I know the elections that are up in 2024, and I remember the ones I fought for this last election round. Take a look at what happened to the school board. If you anger moms, you have waged war on a fight that I don't think you want to do. Sorry to see you kick the can down the road. Justin Wellis.
Justin Willis. I don't think that this was a conversation about whether or not people felt that the items are right or wrong. That's not the topic to be had. It's, do I agree with the items that were pushed forward? Some of them, absolutely. Do I agree with telling people that they shouldn't apply for grant programs because they talk bad about a city manager? I don't think that's right. And I think that if the program would have been vetted by the commission, the city manager couldn't have used that line as a threat for me not to apply for it. So it would have been a little bit different. This is about you guys holding people accountable in equal ways. It's about you guys not setting a different standard for our city manager than you have for our current fire chief. So the request from the residents, I didn't hear one person up here ask you not to hold the conversation. Every one of us that spoke asked you to have the conversation, and yet you guys chose to move it down the road, which is a little bit surprising when every single speaker that came in asked you to address this. And yet you guys are choosing not to, which gives us time to bring in more people, to find more people with complaints, to find more people with issues, to get it into the newspaper, to get it onto the news, and to now beat this drum for a whole nother month. So instead of it being a topic of a conversation that could have been handled, addressed, and moved on from, you guys just pushed this to give us a whole month to beat up on our city manager instead of allowing the level of accountability to take place today. So I really want to make sure that you guys understand that you didn't set a fair representation to our staff and to our directors today, because I'm pretty sure when the fire chief was suspended for the purpose of an investigation, that was done pretty quickly. We didn't wait a month to hear it. It was done immediately. It's the same thing with Pete Lear. Whenever Pete Lear had accusations made, we suspended him. People chose to bring him back, but ultimately he was suspended immediately pending his investigation. Why was this different? And didn't legal counsel approve the investigation of Mr. Lear back when that happened based off of the complaints? So why was this one different than the last time? And maybe that's a question that you guys as a commission should be asking legal, is why was this situation different than Pete Lear? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. Moving on to Commission Communications. Vice Mayor White, you're up.
Okay. Well, we had the tree fair, and that was a wonderful event held on our beautiful city center green. And let me see. What else do I have? I think that might be it. I know that we're having all kinds of budget input hearings going on, and that's something that I don't remember us really doing to this extent. So that is great that people have the opportunity to have their input in budget, because we get to work on that pretty soon. And in fact, we started talking about it even today. So we have in-person meetings, and also there's online opportunities, I think, correct? For people to do that?
Yes.
I just wanted to make a comment about golf carts on sidewalks. That's all I want to make a comment about, that golf carts, whether they're tagged or not, are not permitted on sidewalks. That's my understanding around like Sumter Boulevard. And maybe that message will get out there, because there's people that are driving on our sidewalks and that they think that because it's tagged, it's okay. But that's my understanding, is they're not okay on our sidewalks. So just to put that out there for that. And that's it for me.
Good. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Stokes.
I'm going to forego any comments I have on what I did over the last week or two since our last meeting. Instead, I'd like to read a statement for the record. I wish all those folks who had got up and left had stayed, but I'm sure it'll be on the record and they can refer back to it. I want to thank our staff and charter officers for all they do. In my opinion, they're extremely qualified people who bring to our city the highest level of expertise and experience. In my opinion, they're all top-notch professionals. No one should doubt their commitment and dedication to the best interests of our city. I would rather our city be run by a team of strong, independent thinkers and doers than a group of followers who can be bent to the will of politicians or outspoken voices. Their job is to do what's right and legal and to do the best for the most. My interpretation of our city charter is that commission's job is to act as stewards of citizen tax dollars, pass ordinances and resolutions, provide direction and oversight. While we may respectfully suggest we should not be deciding the detail of things or micromanaging, our charter officers and staff, not this commission, are the qualified subject matter professionals employed to figure it out and get the job done under the guidance of the commission. While commissioners represent the citizenry, I don't believe the charter authorizes commissioners to run the day-to-day operations of our city, a city of 82,000 people and a $220 million budget. I applaud all our Northport public servants. They have my respect, my support, my appreciation for the service and loyalty to our city. And I believe they deserve that same respect, support, and appreciation from all our citizens. Thank you again for all you do. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Stokes. Commissioner Emmerich.
Yeah, I can't remember everything I did, but I did remember one thing that Commissioner White did not mention. I did attend Arbor Day ceremony with Commissioner White. So it was a beautiful ceremony. So that's about it for now. Thank you.
Great. Commissioner McDowell.
Attended Newcomers Day, and I want to thank Vice Mayor for finishing up for me. I set up and she took over. I also shared in the backup material some bills that were signed by the governor and also some information about legislation that has been passed. The commission will no longer be allowed to file Form 1 every year for our financial disclosures. We will be required to file a Form 6. You'll have to see the backup materials for more information. And at this time, I have absolutely nothing further to say on today's meeting.
And I guess that leaves me. I could also go through a list of activities, but I don't think I'll bother doing that. I will simply say that it's unfortunate that our city manager is taking the brunt of community displeasure on items that have been approved by a majority of this board. So our city manager does not leap out on his own for major initiatives. He does his best to navigate with changing conditions and, in my opinion, does a good job communicating. So it's just been very, very disheartening to me to sit here meeting after meeting and have our city manager be maligned and staying silent. So it's not my usual way to step in with this kind of a comment, but I really just couldn't take it anymore. So with that, if there is no, our charter officers, city clerk, do you have a report? City attorney, do you have a report?
No, ma'am.
City manager.
I just want to make one point. This week is Public Service Recognition Week, and we have 826 employees. So we want to thank them for all their service. I know it doesn't always feel like it, and the gratitude isn't always there, but thank you for everything that you do, and that what you will do, and we will continue to carry on. Thank you.
And on that positive note, it is 3:32, and I adjourn the City Commission regular meeting.